Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where no fun was had last night and everybody was in bed by 9.
Absolutely. Really early. Had a good night's sleep. Not long, but intense, let's say.
My voice is definitely going to be lost by the end of the day. But Matze, what have we got in store for today?
Well, we have a lot. Unfortunately, it's already the last day, but we are looking forward into like some really nice races. It's going to be Inter-Community Showcase race powered by AMS at 10:30, which is going to be amazing, including AMS, High Velocity Racing League, and obviously Operation Motorsports.
Absolutely. Then we will head into the collegiate race for eNASCAR. So some of the best drivers in the world will be taking part for. Well, I'm not sure if you can see the trophy on the stream, but there's a trophy behind us. You'll see it during the broadcast. It's an amazing trophy. So that's race number 2.
Yes, and race number 3 is going to be a Podium 1 GT3 race at 1:30.
And then we have a final race where it is the Super Tourers on RaceRoom around Hockenheim. So yeah, that is what is happening today. It's Championship Sunday. So me and Matt, well, Matze won't be back, but I will be back very, very shortly with the world professional commentator, Matt Malone.
Yes, see you then.
Chaos. Speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. Build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race. It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, USA, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matt and we're heading into the first race of this championship Sunday. It's going to be the Intercommunity Show Race powered by AMS. There are 3 communities taking part in this race. It's going to be American Muscle Series, High Velocity Racing League and Operation Motorsport. We're racing on Watkins Glen Cup. It's going to be the classes Pro, Challenger and Amateur, and winner of each class will receive a D-Nuts Stuff Slate Award. So thank you to our sponsors, Chiba Hot Toasted Stuff and D-Nuts Stuff. And now please welcome our commentators, Mr. Chris Winiger, Mr. Matt Malone and Fast and Famous Luke Crane.
Is this thing on? Oh yeah, and the crowd go mild.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Oh man, there's so many people to say hi to. How you doing, guys?
Welcome to the race. I'm gonna see some There's Kevin. Oop.
Well, that was a loud noise. So the first race was Chris got on stage first, so congratulations. You are the winner.
Thank you. Yeah, excited to be here. This is crazy to think that 2 short years since I've been on the platform that got myself up on stage with you guys. You've been awesome past several months, and looking forward to seeing my guys on the track and see how they perform.
And Matt, you raced in a series for a while as well, so you've got well, I say expertise. I've seen you face the wrong way more times than you finish across the line. But yeah, talk us through what a series is like.
Yeah, this series is great. It's on its like 10th or 11th season. Been doing it for a long time. It features one of the best cars, in my opinion, in iRacing. It's the Mustang, older car, H-pattern shifter. It's got some horsepower. It's got a lot of weight transfer, and it's just old school. And it's a lot of fun to get into a pack, especially we're at Watkins Glen. And so it's going to be some fast drafting and some good moves out there. Some of these guys have been in it for just as long, 10 years, and there's some good group of guys, a really good group of guys. So we should see some really good racing this morning.
It's the second best track in the world. Best track in iRacing?
No.
Well, it is for me, until they bring Sugo, Kevin. Please bring Sugo to iRacing, please. But Watkins Glen, yeah, fantastic circuit. I will say one thing. The format is, we knew the format, but I think Ed might have added an extra heat to this race. We're not sure yet. So there might be 2 heats and then a feature race, or there might be 1. So I guess it's like a lottery. It'd be fun, though.
Well, we're going to see at least a couple of race starts. That's exciting, coming around. And heading into turn 1 could be a little dicey. I know the track limits coming out of turn 1 at Watkins Glen can be a little dicey. So it should be fun to see them rumbling down.
Yeah, 100%. So there should be a 15-minute heat 1 and then a 30-minute feature race. But again, there could be an extra spicy 15 minutes. We're not sure as of yet. We're about to head over to the race. This trophy here, by the way, is for our second race of the day, which it is Championship Sunday. I've called it Championship Sunday, although there's not really any championships on the line. But I guess that's the way my British mind works.
Well, you can have your own championship, every single race you join. If you think about it, if you have that championship mindset, that's how you win.
I guess so. Do you want to talk about High Velocity Racing League a little bit?
Yeah, so we're primarily an oval league, but being from the NASCAR various series, Watkins Glen is very familiar to us. So I was really glad to see that was the track that was picked. All the guys have had a blast past couple months practicing for it, trying different setups, learning it. You mentioned about the track limits, with it being the Cup Series, turn 1, you can take it all the way out to the wall.
Yeah.
So you just got to be careful going up over that curb, because, like I said, that car can get away from you pretty quick. The bus stop's going to be a big deal, depending on what setups they've got. Because I noticed when I was doing some practicing with the guys that if you get on the brake, that thing wants to hook right on you real quick.
Yeah, and especially because there was sort of a recent update to the tires, and they're pretty cold and sketchy for the first 3, 4, sometimes even 5 laps. So these guys got to be careful.
Absolutely. We're nearly here for the race start. A little shout out to VRS as well. They have allowed 2 drivers to take part from the expo itself. So Tom and Aaron will be racing over at the VRS stand. So if you're over here and you want to go and see them, put it into a wall, to be honest. I've seen Tom race many a times, and he loves to go into the wall.
Yeah, well, listen, not every race can be perfect. And if you're trying hard, sometimes that happens.
I know that more than anyone else. My last race on iRacing was the Indy 7.5.
What, you just jam the hybrid and just boost it right into the wall?
Well, we got to lap 3 and then we didn't make it to lap 4.
Oh.
That's as far as I'll go. Was it my fault? Well, there's probably a protest out there somewhere.
Always next year.
So if you didn't see him in iRacing for a few weeks, you know why. Anyway, we're about to head to the grid here then for our first heat. I think we may have 2 heats. We may indeed have 1 heat and a feature race. And then we're good to go. Oh, here's the grid then. So we have got Ballant on P1, Andrew Bailing in second position, Cam Porter and Neil Kemp are on the second row. We've got Noah Tiles and David Fernandez on your third row, with Nolan Uke and Charlie Hosey on your fourth row. Levi Powell and Chuck LeBand are in 9th and 10th position. Then we've got Bryce Tucker and Joe Cicchetti? I don't know, that's a proper racer's name though. Anthony Hall then with Matt Thompson on your 7th row. We've then got Chris Romano and Ryan Seabolt. Joining them then in 17th position is Jay Bast, and then we've got Matt Gizenda? Matt Gizenda? Must be. It's from Wales as well, that's near where I live. Brandon Smith then is in 19th position, Dakota Knapp in 20th spot. Then we've got Travis George and Greg Meismer in 21st and 22nd. Then we've got Mick Nickham and we've got Katie McCann. I can't really see from here. It's too far away from my eyes. Gonna have to get closer. Then we've got Colin Olson and Michael Brennan. In 27th position, we've got Drew Halloran, and then we've got Ed Sanchinelli. Jason McSparron in 29th position. In 30th is Zach Miller. And then we've got John Casey in 31st. Danny Gross in 32nd. Aaron Bray and Tom Went are in 33rd and 34th position. They're both in the VRS rigs here. Then we've got Merrill Eschman, Travell at Abch. And then we've got Garrett Wiles as your 37th driver. Any surprises there, chaps?
Did you notice who's starting first place? The guy who won the championship last season. That's Taylor. That's Megabyte on Twitch. Really good driver in this thing.
That's good, right? Winning the championship. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The guy can haul. Can we swear a little?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, he can really drive that thing fast. He can haul.
And who's the highest driver from your community? I saw a few up towards the top. Noah Tills, I think he qualified 5th, and Anthony Hall. In our league, Anthony is a very consistent driver. He gets locked in, doesn't make mistakes. I'm sure that's what you'd probably be mentioning about the gentleman you just talked about. It's like if you can get a driver that can just be consistent, not make the mistakes throughout an entire race, it's really going to gain you a lot of spots.
Absolutely. Here we go then. Looks like we're about ready to rock and roll for heat number 1. Maybe of 1, maybe of 2. We've got the lights up on your screen then. We're about to go green light racing here for the inter-community race powered by AMS. We are lights out and off we go then. Down towards turn wrong way. Well, there's 2 of them around the wrong way. Oh no, that's not good. Hold your brakes. Hold your brakes. Oh, good God.
The standing start in this car is very difficult. Oh, there's a track limit. Taking the wall.
Yeah, slightly wide there. We'll ignore that. Ballant, though, in the lead. Perfect start, but it's not really the best position to be in on the first lap of this race because Slipstream is so strong.
Yeah, you think the draft is really strong with Carlin, but it's really not as strong as you would think. But I mean, this track is going to have exaggerated draft a little bit. We'll see who's brave to make moves into the bus stop.
Yeah, through the bus stop there nicely there. Belling was giving Porter a nice push up towards the bus stop chicane. Then backed out of it, lost a bit of time there, and Porter really has closed up to the back of Ballant. The front 3 are very close right now. You've got then Kemp, Tiles, Fernandez in a real close top 6. Again, we can run wide here at the circuit. There's not really too many track limits, so it's very much a NASCAR feel to things. You get a lovely look on board here. The rumbles of the cars here on stage.
That'll wake you up, man. I love it.
Really showing off that car.
I don't know what about the cars in my stomach, but I'll tell you what, it felt good. End of lap number 1 then. Ballant is going to be leading the way. 2/10 of a second from Porter, and yeah, pretty good start from the pole sitter.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's just showing what he's capable of, just focusing forward and just dominating. I mean, you saw him. We we're going to talk about the track movements quite a bit here, but you can see them just taking it to the wall, and they'll do that out of the carousel as well. But watch, a good place for an overtake is coming out of the bus stop into the carousel. If you come out of that bus stop, and we'll see if this happens throughout the race, if you come out at all wide and you're not tight into the carousel, somebody can take it tight into the carousel and get you. It's an easy spot if you're a little wobbly coming out of the bus stop. Oh, here's something.
Yeah, you can see there Porter was kind of having a look there and actually lost more time in the game. It's then Belling and can catch up. You see a ruckus in the background one more then. It's actually on the equal flag, so yeah, he's been in some sort of issues for sure.
I'm going to say it. Wow, what a gag.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
Wow, they're like 3 wide in that bus stop there. That's great.
So, Chris, have you noticed any, I guess Tiles is the highest? See now, actually, the grey ones next to their name is actually your guys, right? So that makes it a bit easier. Wild.
Yeah, and I've messed around a little bit with the different lines in turn 1 and make it really tight. All the way up, it's not the fastest way, really. I mean, if you're really going slowly and fast out, you can still get a great run without taking it to the wall and managing to get over that curve and everything.
Smooth is fast, fast is good.
Yeah.
Really is as simple as that. Then up towards the leaders once again. In fact, Porter's being really nice and patient in second position. She's giving a little sniff to the rear of that Mustang up ahead of Bellant. You've got Belly just behind. And actually, right now, Kevin's starting to get back involved. So what's a front 3? Very shortly, it's going to be a front 4 because as much as they are kind of keeping out of trouble, they are fighting to a certain extent, which is costing them time. Running then down towards turn number 1, you see that, a little bit of a nudge there. A little bump and run, a 10th maybe, doesn't quite work out there. But again, they're just trying to clip that inside curve on the right hand side of turn number 1, and then run the car out nice and wide. And again, just trying to keep it smooth, not trying to, excuse me, not trying to slide the tyres, or open the tyres, because later in this race that will be a huge effect.
Well, what lap is this? Lap 4 or 5? The tires are starting to come in down, so you might see some more moves. I mean, it's a sprint race. It's being broadcasted at the Sim Expo. They want to put on a little bit of a show.
Oh, he's gone for it. He's gone for the lead here. Sorry, Matt, to cut you off. They're side by side here for the front here. Looks like Porter has just got his nose up ahead. So coming through the carousel, he will be in the lead of this race. I think Bailey is going to try and come through as well, but now 3 has become 5 because this fight has cost him so much time to get there 2 by 2. It's the fastest formation I've ever likely to see. And we have a change of the lead then. So Ballant's actually dropped down into 3rd position. And well, just like that, one potential change. So now see change again. And you just can't take that corner too tight there. Otherwise you will lose the rear. Have to back out of it and return the ball on to 1.
Yeah, that's a good pass. You see the whole pack to get them because they've been battling. This is going to turn into a big pack. Another pack.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely fantastic. I thought Bella was going to have a little look up the inside and make it 3 wides, went through turn 2. Thought better of it. Makes sense to not do that. Turn there, just swap positions like it's going out of fashion. And they are going to run now 2 wide up towards that bus stop, which Bella should be brought back into this. Fernandez should be brought back into this because of that.
Bump and run from Taylor here. Is he going to go for it?
I think
sometimes he can push a guy.
Make him go in too
make
hot.
him go in too hot.
Yeah, this is where your X-Speed expertise come in now, Chris, right? A bit of pushing, a bit of bumping.
Yeah, absolutely. We're used to that. So.
Yeah.
And again, they're about to swap positions. Oh, hello. That's an A-line through the bus
Oh,
stop.
we got a hood flying.
It's a cool livery, and again, it looked spectacular. that's definitely. I thought that was right at the front there, but that was definitely. Well, that's another meatball. It's a meatball down in P31. We're going to get a replay here. Oh, it's synchronized. Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a race ender. That looked good. It looked spectacular. But that will be his day. So if you were looking at this thinking that this was the leader, you'd be wrong. This is P30. Battling all the way through the field. Unfortunately, a loss of time. As we now see, it is a 700 car battle for the lead. 7.5 minutes into this race. Luke Bayling, by the way, has just got a bit of a gap here. He's off into the distance. He'd be looking in his rearview mirror thinking, yeah, if you guys can crack on fighting, I might get a chance to drive away. So they really do need to figure it out behind him, kind of stop battling with each other. Otherwise, he could get a free win here. They are closer right now than they were when they were on the grid. This is ridiculous.
That's the great thing about watching like NASCAR road.
Oh, that's a big moment. They're into the wall for P3. That's Porter, I think. The gap then between the front two is half a second, so not a big enough gap really to see a potential move being made there. The band for a move on the inside of Hosey, not going to work out. And now Tiles all up. A lovely rear view look from our leader down to P2. Up the road, you're just never going to get away from the back.
Yeah, it's really hard to run away. Right behind you. These guys are smart to pass, so yeah. Hard to run. Taylor knows what he's doing. Champion.
Absolutely, yeah. The champion, right? So there's a few changes of position further down. Master and Thompson are having a bit of a ding-dong. You've got Kemp and Smith, or Smith's dropping down here, so I'm wondering whether he might have just ended up the wrong way around. How are you guys doing right now? You've got Tiles then up in P7, you've got Paul there in P13. They're doing pretty good.
Yeah. Season long, any type of racing in other short track, super speedways, and of course, I brought him on board. The guys, this is an excellent race to watch me. It's a nice tight pack. They're putting on quite a show.
Did they have to modify their setup?
They may take a little bit to get readjusted.
Then to adjust.
Yeah, the drivers are here.
Yeah, the rest of that.
Like you said, he just went personal as the fastest lap of the race here to get that track. Now
We are into the final 5 minutes of this race, 2 by 2 here, as you can see. This is about for all the position. Front four seems to have gone away. This is only 1.3 seconds, so that might be enough, but naturally, so that should come back down again. Right now, it is still anybody's. I'd say anybody in the top 10 could go out and win this race.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, man, we said it before, it's not like NASCAR, but even though you're in the front half, it's got to be that at the end.
Minutes left on the clock. This is the battle for 6th position. Tiles leads this battle. You've got the man, and then you've got Master behind Thompson and Cicchetti. Cicchetti? I'm going to say Cicchetti. It sounds pretty cool. It's like the most European racing man ever.
These guys are forming up, and what you're saying, like any little mistake, top 5 are in a tight group. Something happens up there, that second group that's right behind you, up front, finding themselves here.
Always waiting for that big one to happen in front of you to take advantage of those positions, because you're never in that front group that gets involved in into this. We're too far behind.
That is my race strategy. You can ask anybody that know me.
I'm going to gain iRating here because everybody else lost it.
We're almost to a couple laps to go here. I mean, if you're not trying to pass the guy behind you is going to go for Hessen. It's going to start getting to be crunch time here.
How many race wins have you managed to get in this series?
How many races have I done?
How many race wins have you got?
Oh, a handful probably over the years, sure. Yeah. No, it's exciting.
How many iRacing race wins have you got now?
Well, over 1,000 road wins.
Well, that's true. I thought you had the most. Then Mark Ritzelab was in the other day, over 1,700. He's 23.
Been doing it so long. Yeah, 23.
That's crazy, right? Here we go then. Lovely pinch there onto the apex, forcing Tiles to be a little bit slower. But now that's brought Thompson into play. Not even Thompson. Looks like Thompson battling for that sixth position. But Tiles is just about hanging on. But this is good news for the group out in front there. Hosey, Fernandez, Porter, Belland and Bailing. They're all just chilling there in the front here, battling out for that race victory. Just over 2 minutes to go. Very slow, by the way, for Belland. I think that might be intentional, actually. You can see very fast on entry for Bailing, very slow on the exit. If you go in there quick and tight, on the exit it's very tough to get the car sorted out.
Yeah, so he's like the hard charger in the race right now.
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to the boys then, Chris. We've given them a bit of space.
Let's see, we got
Oh, it's two. Sorry, my bad. Close to the sort of 1 minute 21 mark, so it could be maybe not sure if it quite is. But there is a battle for the lead then. It's very, very close. And as you can see, there was just a slight change there. So Belland just about gets his nose up ahead. And Bailey's like, absolutely not. Definitely not on a Sunday. And we'll hold on to that lead as Tiles is actually making another move. Him and Bass are having a hellacious little battle up towards the bus stop chicane. Running through the carousel of Watkins Glen. I think it will be the final lap of this race. Very close to the front, separating our front five.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. Lap. You're going to be white flag this time. See this corner right here. If you take the previous or second to last corner, you don't get set up for this final corner. You get past.
Well, that is it. Yeah, thank you for the explanation. We got cut short there, but it's going to be a win for Bailey. He held off through the bus stop chicane and then did not look back. Brilliant stuff from our front group. Bayland will finish in second spot. Will finish in fourth, and we've got Hosey in fifth. Tiles looks like he's going to finish sixth and the highest from the high velocity racing lead. Bass, Milano, Thompson, Cicchetti are going to be your top 10. Oh, brilliant stuff, guys.
Settle in a little bit more. Next race a little bit longer. There's a pit stop.
Well, it depends. Let's do the second heat race.
Oh, you do another heat race.
So it could be anything.
Heat race starts are fun. Some of those guys have the seeding starts, so maybe they'll do better this time.
Maybe. I do want to give Ed a shout out for giving him a load of stick, but he has been instrumental in organising all of this. He's put on practice server after practice server. He's been in calls with me every week to make sure everything's going smoothly. Shout out, of course, to you, Chris, from the High Velocity Racing League, coming and getting involved. And, of course, Operation Motorsport as well, who were invited very last minute, so they didn't have too much time to prepare for it. But, yeah, fantastic to have three amazing communities come together and put on a nice showcase for our fans watching at home and, of course, here in Charlotte.
Yeah, this has been a great race starting off things. Hopefully to get the nerves settled down amongst drivers, and we'll see.
And that's just you, right?
What's that?
And that's just you.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
And it's nice to showcase a car that, I really love, and, it's been on the service for a million years, and, people still don't kind of know about it, and it's just a different animal than the other stuff on the service, and it's nice to showcase it.
Yeah, 100%. We will definitely find out very shortly as to whether we do indeed have a second heat race or whether it goes straight into the feature race. But here are the official race standings in the Intercommunity Show Race powered by AMS. It is Andrew Bailing who finishes in first position by a mere 0.3 of a second to Taylor Ballant. Then we've got Cam Porter in third, David Fernandez in fourth, Charlie Hosey rounding out your top five. Then our first driver from High Velocity Racing League is Noah Tills or Tiles?
Tills.
I'm going to call him Tiles because that's how I started. Basten is in seventh position. Chuck Norris, it's not Chuck Norris, it's Chuck Labano in eighth position. We've then got Matt Thompson in ninth. And then the best name on the grid, Joe Cicchetti, is your top 10 rounded out. Matt, any surprises there for you?
What's that?
Any surprises there for you? Sorry, I forgot about your hard hearing at old age.
I am. Well, Jay, I think, was a hard charger. I'd like to see where he did start, but I mean, I'm not surprised that Taylor finished up front. But yeah, overall, good race. I mean, heat racing is a little bit different. You have a different strategy. You're a little bit more aggressive, cautiously aggressive to try to get up there. And you're just kind of feeling it out for the longer race, you know? Yeah, they did a great job. They need to work on their standing starts.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned that there is a longer race coming up, the feature race. Can you tell us the differences between the first race and the second one, please?
The difference between a short and a long race?
Oh, thank you. And so we move.
No.
Well explained.
Well, they did a update with the Mustang a couple of updates ago. I mentioned it. And so back in the day when we had a longer race, there was a pit stop required. And sometimes, depending on the length of the race and how much fuel you needed, sometimes it was beneficial to take tires. But now, that's out the window because cold tires are horrible. So it's going to slow you way down your first 3, 4, 5 laps. So when they do the long race, just look for a quick splash and go. But the longer races, yeah, you're more calculated as far as get into a groove, start logging laps, and just try to make it to the end. Don't do anything too crazy. If the leaders are getting away, you don't want to be battling for 7th. And the lead pack is getting away, so you got to understand that. And yeah, just be there at the end is what's important. And take care of your tires. I know they've done, this league changes up the format quite a bit. Sometimes they do like a 1-hour race. And in a 1-hour race, at the end of that, your tires will be overheated, will be on the downside. So if you can take care of your tires for a longer race and you got something to use at the end to make a pass for the win or whatever, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're not sliding around those turns and whatnot. You get them heated up, and it's not going to be the wear on the tires. It's going to be that heat that's going to just destroy your race. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
As far as like this next format, it's 35 minutes, and like I said, none of the drivers are going to take tires. It's just splash and go.
Right.
You personally, would you do a short pit it early and once you get to that fuel window, or would you just run out your tank and then?
I would just go as long as possible, usually. Because you get a little bit of an advantage with just the car is a little bit lighter with less fuel. So you go a little bit faster, and then if your tires are a little heated, just stopping into the pits kind of cools them down, and then you're setting off for the rest. But it depends. I mean, if you're stuck in traffic, you got to play it by ear sometimes. If you're stuck in traffic and guys are slowing you down, you do a little bit of an undercut. But typically, I'll try to go as long as I can.
I've watched enough of your streams to know you don't overthink things too much. It's,
No.
I've got no fuel, I'm going to fill the car up, I'm good.
Yeah, well, everybody thinks they can overthink it by like, do the undercut, just because they know the word. It's like, it doesn't work. It's very rare that circumstance would come in and actually benefit you.
The Twitch chat are always right, you know this.
Yeah.
Extra BOP with all those passengers in the car telling you what to do.
Yeah, there's typically not a back seat in any race car. So I don't know if they know that or
No,
not.
that's true. Just to confirm, there is a feature race, no second heat. So,
Okay.
Ed, congratulations. I've given loads of sticks. So when you watch us back, Ed, I do apologise. Well done. I mean, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Chris, obviously you got this car relatively recently because, you know, you are part of High Velocity Racing League. You wanted to try the car out. So for a newbie with the car, how did you come to terms with it? Because it is an absolute beast of a car.
Yeah, it definitely drives like its own beast. We had a couple of guys that messed around with the open setup one of the guys, he came across and put together something that really almost made it feel like the NASCAR truck on the track. It was really crazy, and it didn't lose much time whatsoever. So, I mean, that put us back into like a comfort zone there. But no, I mean, we've been gearing up for this for a few months now, doing team practices on Friday nights, getting prepared that way. All the guys have loved it. It is a fun car. It's got its own nuances of like trying to figure out the power band and whatnot. What's the best area to keep the car in?
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned some of the setup changes. It's not as overwhelming, or when you go into the garage of this car, it doesn't like blow you away. You're not overwhelmed. There's certain things you can change, and they make a big difference in the way the car feels. So it's a great car if you ever want to mess around with setups and actually understand what the different ARBs do. It's a good car to do that with because you can feel the difference really well. So yeah, that's definitely one good thing about it. And as far as the power band, it's one of the rare cars in iRacing where you're not redlining it to get, you're shifting at like the first red dot or the first yellow dot. So you're early shifting to get the full torque. So
absolutely. Let's talk about High Velocity Racing League. Well, we've got a little break in play here before the second race starts, of course. More geared towards oval racing, so this is a little bit out of your wheelhouse, but you've showed up and you drove. You've done really, really well today, so congratulations on that first and foremost. But yeah, a chance for you to sell the product.
Yeah, so with the team at High Velocity Racing, we do a tiered system through various NASCAR series. We'll start off our rookies with the ARCA series, and then the next step up would be our Sunday night truck series, which is really our flagship series. It's a great night to have a league race on, and it's a very popular truck that a lot of guys want to get involved with. And then we'll do an upper series, and this last time it was the Cup. A lot of guys like the Cup. It's kind of hard to keep guys through an entire 20-week season, so we play around and experiment with different things. So this next season that kicks off beginning of June, we are doing a oval-minded IndyCar series, and we're going to branch out into a road series with the GT3s.
I was just about to say, can we get the QR code up on screen? And Tom is way ahead of me, as he was last night on the simulators at the Hall of Fame, which he will not shut up about. Yeah, he beat me by very, very small margins, but it was big enough. Here we go then, it's race number 2, Cicchetti. I guess it's top 10 reversed. Cicchetti then starts on pole position, and there you go, Baling is in 10th spot. The lights are about to appear and then disappear for our race starts. The feature race, ladies and gentlemen, we are off and we are running here at Watkins Glen. It's not a brilliant start. It's an absolute beautiful move from third up to first.
I've never seen someone launch out of it.
Yeah, fantastic start there from Labano. 10 spots, just chilling right there. And again, you don't really need to make moves this early in the race because you've just got to put those tyres in, good shit, and then sort of make your moves as the race progresses on.
Now with a standing start, they have a simulated parade. Need a little bit extra grip from a standing start.
Oh, that's the big one. That is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. There are cars that should not be facing the crash there. Everyone behind you there. Another wheel.
Look out! You're in the crowd, man. You gotta jump for cover.
Into the lead goes the wheel. Labano then is in first position. Look how close the front group are. Like front 20 very close. They've not spread out at all on lap number 1. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to have a better race than race 1. Now, I'll tell you what, to be able to turn the car, you normally need 2 front wheels. So that is going to be extremely difficult to get back to the pits. And it looks like I've sat on the front left of that car.
He's going to have to drive out of the track, go back to the grandstand. His tires somewhere over yonder.
Oh, Tom, don't ruin it. We've got to try and wiggle one on your car, try and get back into the pits. Oh, that's not good. There was no contact there. one driver. There was contact for sure, said the other.
Yeah, he got lucky not to hit that. I mean, when these cars are under load mid-corner, if they get any type of touch in the rear,
walking, somebody's been slight touch on it.
the story of the duck that did that.
The duck?
Yeah, the duck.
Oh, it's a duck. Oh, it's a mascot.
Does it have a name?
No. You can name it what? Okay, Matt's going to think of naming the duck. Oh, there's a race happening, by the way. The Barnet is still in the lead. Got a 3-2 esports livery there as well. Sparron's having a hell of a ding-dong there with Hosey. I think he might have just got slowed down there. That's why he had a flag with his name. Like a dog, like a happy dog. And Till's ding-dong with Bailey. Bailey, by the way, from 10th to 7th spot. Race winner from race number 1. Looking to go back-to-back.
Lobano that had an epic standing start. He's in the lead right now, and shout out to him. He's been in the league for a long time. Really good driver.
Yeah, 100%. Chris, where's your highest driver? Yeah, Tim just loves that P6 right now, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's Tiles.
Tiles.
Tills.
Tiles.
Tills.
We'll have to ask him to change his name later on. Legally change his name. By the way, Baylan now up to P5. Bailey up to P6. Travelled all the way to Charlotte for a race. It lasted 3 quarters.
So you'll see like something like that happen in a race. It's a lot of the races where the race starts, it's super close, gets battled, maybe a couple wrecks here and there, it spreads out a little bit. In a race like this, you'll notice in the next couple, 3-4 laps, this all starts coming back together. And the gaggles will be gaggling.
See a change for the lead, and Labano making his way just ahead there of Bast, but then Bast has got a lovely run around the outside. And there's 3 different lines being taken there, all of each other, but this is not a good idea. You've got 2 guys behind you, Bellan and Bailey, who are just generationally quick, and by you, Bast, you are which is just something you shouldn't be doing right now.
Well, listen, I mean, if you're in first place, everyone's behind you regardless, so might as well get up there. Make a show of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense. From someone who's not in the race, it makes no sense whatsoever.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Is he going to catch it? No, he's not going to catch it.
Yeah, it's tough out there.
That was Lozano. Oh.
Yeah, heavy dude.
Yeah.
Well, is that one of your guys? Because now that car can only turn left by looks of things. The front right is snapped.
It is not.
They're forcing it so they can only turn left. Oh! Have to rejoin. That is a sick looking car. And I don't mean down when a kid's sick. That is, that's broken. That is a toe. There's meatball flags everywhere. It's like being in Italy right now. Meatballs and spaghetti.
I mean, maybe it's the pressure of the event.
Oh, that ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work.
That's all from that previous day.
Yeah.
That wasn't left turn as well, so that's really surprising.
He's gonna make his way to the pits, but I mean, look, there's a lot of cars on track. Bad track. It's a big event. This is it. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure for these guys.
It's easy when I've got a hype man like you. Thanks. Oh my God, you should just take it everywhere. Walk into a Starbucks and then you just like announce it.
We got Luke here ordering a refresher.
Oh, they spelled my name wrong, Matt. Oh, there
Yeah,
we
the
go.
bus stop is tough because there's so much weight in the car being transferred up and over the curbs. You have to throw all your weight to one side and then all your weight back to the other. And then again, and if you're jumping over curbs, the car can get super so that's definitely one of those areas where you almost just got to let it float over the curb. Just let it ride. You can't be doing too much with the vehicle. Just set it and then launch and then just let it ride. And just hope that it settles in and you move forward. I mean, it is, you hold your breath every time through there.
Yeah, the easiest way to and you sway left and right, like you cannot control that water, and the full tank of fuel in the car is exactly that, right? So it's when you're turning one way,
it's almost like, oh, here we go. Is that the original reg? Is that a new reg? You ever drive around with just a big old open mug of coffee in your car? And you're just driving around with it? You never do that? You don't need lids. You drive.
you learn to drive.
A guy taking his driver's license and his driver's instructor, he had a full cup of coffee, you put it on the dash, he said, that spills, you don't pass. I don't think that's in the rule book.
One of our drivers in the league that's really good with paint jobs, Colton Langford. He's out in Colorado. He did our paint jobs for our drivers. We've got two main schemes, and we just kind of switched around our sponsors for the weekend. Airline, 615, but he did an awesome gray, white, black, and red and blue flying cars out there.
Yeah, it's always fun to see what people come up with different, especially cars you don't typically see very often. People get pretty creative and it can look really good. I know the Mustang, it has a lot of real estate to get creative with, you know. It's not like an Indy car where it's this little flare here and, you know, it's quite the canvas.
Yeah, I do love a good livery, that's for sure. We're on board then with Smith, who's down in P8, just in behind Knapp. Chichetti is a bit further up the road, so he's got a bit of a gap to work with now. They'll need a pretty quick pit stop here to close that gap. Hope that the lead group do indeed have a fight, but the front six are still very close, by the way. A bit further back then, Sancinelli, up to P12, so yeah, really, really good stuff there from Ed. He's probably put some sort of reverse ballast on his car, considering he set the server up, so that makes him a little bit faster.
It's a little spread out now, but like I said, if they just focus forward, hit their marks, they're going to catch a little bit of that draft, and they're going to come together here before too long.
Absolutely. So Tills, aka Tiles, he's currently in P5 now. He's moved up the order, so looking good. I mean, you'd be pretty happy with that, right? Top 5?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be ecstatic for that. Noah's done a really good job so far today, being consistent. Next drivers I see is Ryan Siebold. He's up in 11th. I think he's up maybe 8 positions so far in this particular race. So got a couple of guys that definitely getting into the groove, getting comfortable with the car, and all the other drivers around them.
So winner from race number 1, Bailing, is now up into 2nd position right now, only 2 tenths off of the lead. From 10th on the grid, it's a reverse grid of 10 positions for the feature race, and yeah, has made his way up towards the lead. 10 minutes, 25 minutes to go. There will be a mandatory pit stop that they have to serve. They will not change their tyres, but they will add a splash of fuel, which will make things a little bit interesting, Matt, right? Because again, they'll have heavy fuel again in the car, but the tyres will be warm, but they will still be worn as well, so it'll be quite tough.
Yeah, no, I mean they're not taking that much fuel to change too much of the dynamic of the car, but I mean they'll have the same tires, you know, and they'll get back into a groove. They'll cool down a little bit, and it's really a matter of at Watkins Glen here. Be careful on your pit in, and sometimes you'll get queued up on the mic, saying, "Hey, I'm pitting in," because on that final corner, you got to take that final corner really tight and get to the right. And if somebody's behind you that doesn't expect you to pit, they can just blast you out on their corner and on their corner exit. So I hear at Watkins Glen you get a lot of communication over the mic about when people are pitting out. Sometimes you don't want to say anything, and you know, if the timing's wrong or something, that can be a real problem. So, and then coming out of the pits is another issue at Watkins because you're joining through the S's. And if there's people coming out of turn 1, it can be an issue. So we'll watch for that.
Absolutely. We just saw a brilliant point of view there from Baylan, who's now giving Tills the opportunity to go up to P3. But there was a jostle for position, and Bayling and Basta just swapping spots like there's no tomorrow. And Tills drops back down again. But the top 4, top 5, top 6 now separated by nothing. You can cover them with a loincloth.
Look at
they
them
are that
go.
close. Look at this. It's crazier than a box of frogs.
Now, you know, it might be smart if you're in this pack to peel off and do your pit stop early if you can. If the field window's open, you know, sometimes there are different rules. But if the pit window's open, sometimes it's best to peel off out of a group like this because if they're all slowing you down. But that group behind them, they need to all be running in a train, working together to catch them. Look at the gap right there coming out of 1. They need to all get lined up, start working together.
Stay smooth and just not battle one another and just try and get the quickest laps to get back up to that front pack.
It's like a NASCAR race right now. We've got one of those coming up next, but it feels like we're already in it. Look at this 2x2 the whole way through the first sector at the front. Tills, by the way, up to second position. Chris all of a sudden getting a little bit excited here. There's a potential race win on the cards for the oval specialist community as we go side by side through the exit of the bus stop, and Tills is going to drop back down and then back up to second position. This is all working out into Bailing's hands, or a little bit of a nudge out wide there from Tills. Nothing too crazy in that one though. And as we head then towards the final sector here at the Cup variant of Watkins Glen, it is Bailing into the lead and Tills up to second.
What's Taylor going to do here? Who's he going to help? Look, he's got nowhere to go. He's got 2 cars in front. The whole track is blocked. He can bump draft. Who's he bump draft? Who's his best friend out there, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Surely someone peels into the pits here. They're just losing so much time right now. I guess the pit window can't be like the...
If the pit window's not open,
it's not open,
yeah. It might not open till late. Now 3 wide. Taylor's he backs off. Smart.
Yeah, another thing, as far as being in the lead pack, you're saying if the window's open, go ahead and pit. It's a risk thing of, like, if they're all getting racy and, like, I need to calm down, go ahead and do my pit, get away from that, and not take the chance of getting tied into an accident with those other cars, as they're definitely turning up the heat.
Yeah. But then sometimes if you pit early, you don't know if you're going to come out into slower traffic too, so it's always a gamble.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on board then with the back of the group of 5 out in front right now, and again, it's a perfect view. Nice and patient there, by the way. Seems like they've all decided to...
Oh, that's a slowdown for sure.
Oh, there is a slowdown there in front. Yeah, you can see the yellow flag there. Tills is going to be, a little bit angry there. He's going to run out a little bit wide. Just take the slowdown. Take your medicine. Get rid of it as soon as you possibly can. Just hope the front 2 haven't got away. But actually, in all fairness, right now, Bailing's in paradise. 1.4 seconds in the lead, and that's pretty much just about outside that tow range, right? So he's in a good spot.
Yeah, you got to realize what's happening here with the leader running away. But there's a great shot before of the cockpit cam heading into the bus stop of how much curb you actually use. You're all the way to that wall, that right side wall as the bus stop starts. You're launching over that curb. It's crazy.
Yeah, they have changed it recently as well. They've updated it.
Yeah.
It used to be able to go over it even more. Not so much anymore, especially in open wheel cars. I do F4 there quite a lot. And you used to be able to basically jump over that curb, but now you've got to tuck it in a bit tighter these days.
These cars are like boats. I mean, you can just launch over stuff. Suspension will catch you. So
use it as a springboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did notice during some practice runs, like going through the bus stop, like you can get pretty aggressive on those curbs and not get it too upset.
Shout out to Mike Nickham, D-Nuttin stuff. This guy runs a heck of a shop. I got a heel pad from him and makes a bunch of mods and coasters and a bunch of cool stuff for leagues. And if you have, like, you know how you get the certificates from iRacing? You can get them printed out on a piece of slate. And I actually use it like as a double coaster. Maybe I'll be double parked one night, you know, a couple coffees. It's big enough. But he makes like coasters and slate and like a bunch of cool stuff on his site.
You like that saying, don't you? Double parked.
Yeah, it's a new phrase I learned. It is much cleaner than double fisted.
Yeah, you double parked, you've got to see one off. Oh, hello.
Whoa!
Oh, I can tell you right now, that is not a good place. Do you know where I'm going to stop, guys? I've got an issue. I'm going to stop right on the apex of the carousel. That won't affect anybody else. It's fine.
How fast can you tow? Yeah.
Just created a chicane through the carousel. Brilliant.
Yeah, just mixing it up a little.
By the way, 2 seconds now to lead for Bailing.
Yeah.
I think this might be done already. He was so quick in the first race and he didn't really have a gap to work with. Now he's got a gap to work with. I think this might be done.
2 seconds ain't nothing. No, Taylor and Bass, if they work together, they'll catch him. And then pit stops are coming. So, no, listen, Bailing's doing great, but he's not going to run away. This is going to be a fight to the end.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay, some people might be saving tyres as well to be able to attack later on in the race, so that makes sense. As we go a bit further back then, Cecchetti in 6th position. We've then got Thompson up to 5th, Tills battling with Baylamp for that 3rd spot. Actually, they're battling for 2nd position with Bast as well. But yeah, Bailing is off into the distance. And again, he's gained another 10th of a second this lap, so he really is flying at this stage of the race. But these 5, albeit Thompson's actually just dropped a bit further back off the front 4, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, they need to really get close to each other right now and start bumping along that straight up towards the bus stop and try and close that gap sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they got to close this gap. I mean, maybe they're thinking about their pit stop strategy. I mean, imagine we got to start seeing pit stops here in the next 5-10 minutes at least. 35 minutes, I mean, they're obviously forcing the pit stop for a little bit of fuel just to mix it up a little bit. So it all depends on what the restriction of the fuel tank that they put on. But is this an actual scheduled stop? People starting to pit now, maybe?
Yep. They're over the halfway point, so
Yeah.
it makes sense now. Yeah, Sanchonetti's coming in. Let's give a shout out to McSparran, by the way, the lead car of the Operation Motorsport contingent, and running currently in 14th position, so closing up towards that top 10 as well. So yeah, shout out to them. Again, 3 communities taking part in this American Muscle Series, of course, High Velocity Racing League and Operation Motorsport. Again, thank you to all 3 of those parties for getting involved and creating what has been a sensational couple of races, chaps.
This is the order that's going to work for them, with Megabyte leading the way and Bass there and Tills. If it looks like they're working together to catch the leader. I think that's the correct order they need to be in. Have you ever heard of the phrase, "Hey, let me pass so we can work together"?
Yes,
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah, let me
well,
pass.
that kind of filtered out now, so I think they're in the right order here.
Yeah, let me pass and follow me. Yeah, I'm definitely faster.
I'm not going to help you, but once I pass you.
By the way, I love looking at you trying to work out what's going on in this race. Like, you treat a race like me when I commentate, like a puzzle. You're trying to put pieces together and figure out what's going to happen at the end midway through.
Right.
And I've never seen anyone else do it like that, so it's really cool to see someone else do it how I do it. So Chris, Tills looking pretty good here. There is a potential for a podium for your community, which would be unbelievable. What's he like in real life? You must have spent a lot of time with him.
He's a really cool guy. He's been in our league for a few seasons now. This last season that we just wrapped up, he had a dominant season. I think half dozen wins or so across 2 different series. Fast in anything. Didn't matter if it was a short track, super speedway, or even the 1.5 miles. Phenomenal driver. He was really level-headed, keel on comms and whatnot. Didn't get it too excited. So really happy to see him up there, doing great. Now, a little bit ago when he was pressing and he got up to 2nd, if I was on his comms, I would have told him, like, you're throwing it around too much. Like, you're going to hurt your tires, and just kind of settle in, what you see. And here he's coming into pits right now.
So that was the political answer, but realistically what you're saying is if he doesn't pack it in, you're going to kick him out of the league.
There's a good chance. Yeah.
That makes sense.
I threatened them all. I'm acting like the parent, and I told them, everybody put your best behavior on. If not, there's a lot of other leagues out there.
So you guys watching at home can't see Chris. The reason why he goes so quiet is because actually he's got live comms to the driver, and he is threatening to kick him out of the league. He just keeps disappearing into a Discord call mid-stream right now. Tills into the pits, by Chris's call. He'd come in. Now he's boxed and stopped. As we look then a bit further back, who are we on board with here then? We're on board with Brennan. Sanchonelli is already pit, remember. Oh, hello. That's definitely not the way to pit entry. Well, he's going in reverse. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, magical.
You have to pit again.
Tom Bryant, if we do not see that again, I will be super annoyed. That was delicious.
Commentator curse. Yeah, the gap actually, we'll see what they can do with the leaders, because Taylor and them, the gap actually increased a little bit before they pit, so they got to regroup here after their pit and figure it out.
Mate, he perfectly entered the pit lane reverse.
Yeah.
Oh, that was absolutely outstanding. Just give him the trophy. Just give him the
trophy.
trophy.
Wing on that thing. I think he broke his wing off.
Hey, be quicker in a straight line.
These cars don't rely too much on downforce, so it'll be all right.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I think
we don't need all these parts.
Just for looks. Just for
absolutely.
looks. Yeah.
I've got a wing for looks too. On board then with Brennan still. About 3 seconds up the road as Baylant comes into the pit. So Cicchetti, the best name on the grid, fact, finds himself into the lead of this race. I really hope you get to see the replay of that car spinning into the pits. That was glorious. Absolutely glorious. So we're on board then with Bast, who's going to jump up the order here. Yet to pit though. Oh, here we go. He's done it. Here we go. Ah, brilliant stuff. He's like, yeah, cool. Do you know what? Yeah. Talking to the engineer. I'm coming into the pits, if you don't mind. Yeah. Box. Comes around the final corner. Big old slide.
He didn't get help or anything. I think it was the curb.
Absolutely
that was the curb.
unbelievable.
He didn't get touched.
Also, the car has magically changed colour. It was green, and then it was Operation Motorsport.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times.
That's one way of getting on the broadcast Operation Motorsport, right? They're like, we're not in the top 10 here. Do you know what? We're gonna produce a spectacular moment.
So let's see. Bayling hasn't pit yet, right?
Yeah, I think everybody's pit apart from Cicchetti now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Cicchetti is, everybody's pit now. As I say that, he is into the pits. We're going to see exactly who is into the lead here.
Well, he lost his gap then, because Taylor's ahead of him.
Yeah, right.
Must have had a bad pit
stop. 0.2 of a second. Wow, yeah. You're right. So what's he done is he underfueled there to try and gain the time, and now he's just going to have to save till the end.
Well, he might have overfueled, or he spent too long in the pits.
No, I'm saying, well, he's either overfueled.
Maybe Taylor. Yeah, that's true. Maybe Taylor did too quick of a stop.
Because the fueling's quite slow in these cars, right? So 2.7 seconds wouldn't be that much fuel out the car, right?
And the increments of fuel that you can put in is huge. It's 1 gallon at a time.
It's like the Mazda.
GT3 and stuff is like 0.1 gallons increment. But
Whoa,
this is
liters.
like either you put 1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5 gallons.
Liters.
And it takes forever. Well, I don't know about liters. Do you know where you are right now?
You're right.
We're using
damn
freedom
sure
units.
do.
Freedom units. So yeah, that's a big deal. And you can even, while you're fueling, you can uncheck the fuel box so you can try to get it midway through a gallon and then try to get out of there as quick as you can, because whatever your fuel calculator is telling you, you can try to match it up unchecking things. So that's a strategy I've used before, and it definitely works. Get you out of there a second or two early. But yeah, it takes forever to fuel.
Twitch chat came up with that, right?
Huh?
Twitch chat came up with that strategy.
Yeah, that was all Twitch's idea.
Yeah, of course. Shout out Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Always right. Always right.
So yeah, Taylor's in the lead. I'm wondering if he underfueled a little, or this could be interesting. But
the only thing missing from this race is Dempsey just berating everybody over the all teams.
Yeah. And another thing about fuel calculators too is it only knows about the data that you're giving it. And Taylor wasn't leading most of this race. And so maybe he was burning fuel at a certain rate before his pit. And then now that he's in the lead, he's going to be burning fuel at a higher rate. So maybe, you know what I mean? So the fuel calculator only knows what you've been burning, not what you're going to burn. So this could be interesting if he's short fueled or not.
Yeah, Chris, what are your thoughts of happening right now? I guess Till's top 5, 1.4 seconds behind. Actually, it's got Knapp right behind him. So as we get a lovely onboard here, 2 different lines coming through the bus stop. So again, you can see the leader going through quickly through the first part, but will be slow on the exit because it just tightens up running through that line. But yeah, Till's fighting to keep hold of that top 5, doing pretty well.
Yeah, he is. Still holding strong there. And then I've got a second driver, Ryan Seabolt, that's found himself in the top 10. And then I know the gentleman in 14th right now, Bryce Tucker, he had a rough go at it during the heat race, so he started towards the back. So he's made his way up towards the front of the pack as far as of the entire field. So glad to see some of our names are mixed in there, with it being a new car to us and everything. So I'm happy and proud of all the guys.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, some of these guys have been doing it for like 10 years, you know, and then you guys just come in and you're like, you can hold with them. That's pretty good.
I'm going to be honest, guys. It's so hot up here. I feel like I'm actually in the car. This is ridiculous. The lights here. Fun, though.
You're doing good.
Very warm.
Yeah.
Matt,
Could be the cheese.
Ah, yeah. I had a cheese board last night, yeah.
Yeah, cheese board.
Last night / this morning.
Yeah. It's actual wood, like a cheese board. It's a slate of wood. Does it come on like a 2x6 or something?
That's the only details I'm going to give.
Yeah.
But yeah, randomly I ordered a cheese board at a sensible time at night.
Yeah.
Not due to any other reason than being hungry.
Listen, you got to be careful with that dairy, sir. that is risky.
It wasn't just cheese, there was jalapenos as well.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, well,
got my greens in.
Yeah.
That could be a bad combo.
Yeah, that's going to be fun later. Anyway, moving on. 27 minutes, 30 seconds into this race. We are in the last 10 minutes, and as it stands then, Bellant leads by 1/10 of a second. Bailing has now just taken the lead, actually. And wow, the gap's huge. So has there been an... Oh, Bailing.
Oh, he did underfuel. He's got to go back in. Something happened. Oh, Taylor.
I hate to say it, but I did call it.
Yeah, you've seen that one. I mean, how else did the gap close? He closed like almost a 3-second gap. Something, you know, either Bailing screwed up or he underfueled, so you called it.
Yeah, that's what we like to call the jungle, unfortunately. But for you, that's pretty good, Chris, isn't it, for your team?
Oh,
now up to P4, and even with that fight happening right now, top 5 is looking really, really likely.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about how it's playing out. But no, as far as Taylor, that's a sickening feeling. You come into your pit and you come out and you look down at your fuel and you know something went wrong, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Nope.
So, Matt, you must have found yourself in this position a few times where you've underfueled and you've come out in the mid-pack and you've got sort of 6 or 7 minutes left to go. It's just full send time, right? You're just going out there and just having as much fun as you possibly can. Race is done. Just try and gain as many spots as you can, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, it is what it is. You just got to move forward. You can't dwell on the past, and you just got to take whatever scenario you're in and make the best of it.
Yes.
I mean, he could have a lot of fun here at the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, might as well take advantage of it.
That's when all your
know.
gimmicks start coming out.
Yeah.
Start getting your kangaroo out there and everything.
Yeah, you got to start entertaining. But it's going to be really tough. I mean, look at the gap now with Baston, Thompson, and Tills. I mean, they got to overcome quite a bit here. It's going to be tough with less than 10 minutes, well, almost 5 minutes to go now to close a 3.5-second gap. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Bailey's good, man. That guy's good.
Yeah?
Man.
Yeah, it's going to take a mistake on the other guys.
I love
for
this
them to
view.
get up
This
there.
is good stuff right here.
Yeah, this is
I
cool,
know.
man.
Shout out to the camera guys for this race.
It's not
Yeah,
guys,
there's
it's just one. It's Tom. Yeah, and Tom, who's also a commentator. He'll be out here later on, begrudgingly for himself, but he'll be here.
This is like far-sighted simulator.
Yeah, yeah, for
You
sure.
can't see close, just far. I gotta get my glasses on.
But again, you can't be at fault for incidents you don't see, you know? If you cause an accident but you didn't see it, you can't be at fault, right?
Well,
Tough crowd. Coming through then, the carousel. Oh, that's a line. That must be a back marker there. Looks like Sancinelli, by the way, is, it's 3.8 seconds. I was thinking there might be a potential top 10 for the host of the race. Unless there's some shenanigans up ahead, I'm not sure that's going to happen, although there is 17 cars here battling for one position, so maybe there will be some side-by-side.
Yeah, this is your guy, Seabolt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, running 10th place in a big battle. Gaggle.
Yeah, there is Max Barron, the Operation Motorsport driver, currently in P22. Again, not much preparation time for Operation Motorsport. They came in very last minute, but yeah, fantastic to see them being represented there with the livery on the car as well, the logo. Make sure you go and check their website out as well, guys. A fantastic organisation. And I've got to meet all of the guys this weekend, and they're just, a cracking group of people.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely recommend if people out there see this car and they've never tried it, you got to try it, especially if you have an H-pattern shifter. I mean, that's the full experience. Get out there and try it. It's fun. I mean, you can't race it in anything official anymore, but
Well, there is
You
that.
can join leagues like this.
Exactly.
You know?
Oh, yes, side-by-side action still happening here with merely a few minutes left to go.
I mean, they
So
might
as
as well race it out at this point, you know. You kind of abandon the idea of trying to catch the group ahead of you, and you just kind of go for it. Many positions as you can at this point. Nice, nice. Little slip angle going in there.
Oh, P3 now. There we go. So the leader of the group battling for third spot is now Tills. Looks like the front two are out and off and away. Bailing and Bass, they're going to finish first and second. But can Tills hang on here with Thompson, Knapp? Oh, God, there's a big snap there of oversteer. Gathered it up nicely, though. That was, yeah, that'll certainly give you a brown flag moment, won't it?
Yeah, it's a wheel wiggle moment.
Yeah, for sure. Through this race, I've seen a few times him overdriving it and throwing it around, kind of putting me on edge.
There would have been some noises in that cockpit, right? You're just going through turn one, everything's fine. It's like, oh no, that big slide. Through the bus stop they come then. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock then. So I would suggest that this is the second to last lap then for these drivers. Through the bus stop we will go. We're on board then with Cicchetti. There's a slowdown ahead here, by the way. That's Guzenda. So 4.3 seconds behind the group ahead and 7 seconds ahead of the group behind. So not really going to affect them too much. The slowdown's been taken now as well, so they're good. But yeah, Cicchetti has got a rear full of Mustang right now. 4 of them to be exact, as we're on board then with Thompson trying to get up into 4th position and maybe even 3rd as well. But this is a battle for the final podium position. We've got Tills in 3rd for High Velocity Racing League, and then we have got a crusade of AMS drivers in behind there. Frito Esports as well getting involved. Nat Thompson, Guzenda, although sorry, it's just Nat and Thompson. I think there's a back marker there involved as well. Yeah, due to the pit stops, right?
You think next lap will be white?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, think so.
Yeah.
That's what I would guess, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be coming.
Bailey's pretty
You're asking
far
the wrong
ahead.
guy, Matt. Who
You gotta get a
knows?
shot on Barney. You got to see Barney wave the white flag.
We will see Barney wave that white flag for sure.
Look at this view. It's like a view when I'm driving an Uber car. Hey, where
It's,
the hell is this guy going?
Right. Where's he trying to take me?
We did a
Looking over his
broadcast
shoulder.
of the MLS race in Germany on the Mercedes of Max a few weeks ago, and they had a
Yeah.
camera behind the grill and on the whole first lap,
I saw
and you
that.
could see it was awful. It could see nothing, and we had no control over it, so we were just
They wanted
watching
to
the
try.
first lap of just nothing.
You got to try new stuff, you know.
So we are coming up towards the final corner here. There is Thompson. So yeah, we will have one more lap to go. Here's the final lap then for these drivers. And it looks like it's going to be a double race win for Bailing Bast in 2nd, but we still haven't sorted out who is in 3rd, although Tills has got a lovely gap to work with now, Chris. 9/10 of a second. And if he doesn't
Yep,
make any
white
mistakes
flag.
here, might be done and dusted.
Yeah, he just needs to be smooth on this last lap.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got a little
absolutely.
bit of a gap. If he just does his job here, he should get that podium.
Oh, here might be a move. Brennan with Smith just in behind Smith. Smith's going to run wide, but again, that line is quite favourable here. Well, I tell you what, Brennan's going to get a load of overspeed here through turn number 2. Will he already have the overlap? Not quite. And actually, he's going to go wide here, which is a really good idea because he kind of gives himself a bit of a gap to push in towards instead of being too close as they come up through the kink. And now, as we come up towards the bus stop chicane for the very final time, takes that real tight line. As now it's all about how much speed extra speed you have over the car in front of you. And I tell you what, he just gets out the way. I mean, that's one way of. That's anticlimactic.
He might be setting something up for the carousel, you know.
Yeah, well, he's got out of the way of 3 cars, but well, yeah, each to their own. As we come then round that final corner, and I tell you what, this is going to be tight. This might not be the final lap of the race. It is going to be the final lap of the race. And there we go. There is the checkered flag. It's a double race win for Belling. Congratulations to him. Started 10th on the grid, made his way through, and won. Oh, someone didn't cross the line.
Oh, no.
Oh my God! Someone did not cross the line. Who was that? I think that might have been a back marker. Bast in 2nd, and well for Chris, great news as Tills will finish in 3rd
Tills in
spot
3rd.
and on the podium.
Nice,
So
nice,
awesome.
very
What a
good.
great race. Yeah, me and the other guys here in person, we were saying, like, we get one guy on the podium, we'd be absolutely stoked. Just because all the experience that
Right.
the AMS guys
Yeah.
have in this car. I mean,
heck of a
that's hard to
drive.
compete with. So, thrilled about how this thing went. So, I appreciate you guys letting us be a part of it. This has been a fabulous process.
It was a good
Yeah.
fit. You guys did well.
Yeah, everyone did really well, right? It was very entertaining. And do you know what? Thank you, chaps. You two have been brilliant as well. It's been a lot of fun up here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was fun to watch.
Just three old guys watching some motorsport.
Yeah.
Not sure anyone would make much sense of it at home, but that's a them problem. That is a them problem. This is a replay here of them just slowing down. But yes, welcome to the SimRacing Expo fueled by D-Box, as we will now get the official classification. Here it is. So your race winner and a double race winner at that is Andrew Bailing. Then we've got Jay Bast in second. Oh, wait for the crowd to go wild over this one. In third spot it is Noah Tills. In fourth, then Matt Thompson. We've then got Dakota Knapp. That might be my favorite name actually now. We've then got Matt Gazenda, Michael Brennan, Joe Cicchetti, Ryan Seabolt, and then we've got Brendan Smith as your top 10. Let's go down the list then and see the highest finisher of Operation Motorsport. That will be Jason McSparron. Again, shout out to him, shout out to Operation Motorsport. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Intercommunity Showcase race powered by AMS. Thank you so much to, of course, the three communities that have taken part. AMS, of course, High Velocity Racing League and Operation Motorsport. Thank you to all the sponsors for getting involved and indeed producing some nice trophies. Thank you so much to Matt and Chris for getting involved on comms. Always fun to have a chat with you two gents. But we will be back in about 20 minutes' time where we will have the eNASCAR Collegiate Showcase race. Cannot wait for that one.
Digital chaos, speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. Build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race. It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, USA, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matt and it's Championship Sunday. So we're heading right into the next race and that's going to be eNASCAR Collegiate Showcase 120. We're racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway in NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series trucks, and the winner is going to receive a custom Expo trophy, also Logitech wheel and pedal bundle and iRacing credits. Also, second and third place are receiving iRacing credits. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Please welcome our commentators on stage from eNASCAR, Jordan Worth and James Pike.
All right, Jordan.
Well, hey, James.
It's showtime.
It is.
It's fun time.
Absolutely.
It's the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. I think that's the best part of all of this is that we've got a really, really talented field of drivers that are going to be racing for iRacing credits, are going to be racing for a Logitech wheel and pedal set, and that trophy right there.
Big trophy.
Big trophy.
I like it.
Good trophy. I think going to be a lot of fun. So,
absolutely.
It's been a lot of fun. Have you had the chance to watch some of the College Series shows over the course of the season?
Absolutely. I've watched some of the races, and so I never went to college, so I've been kind of jealous that I can't run some of these races. Like, for example, our combo today, the Charlotte trucks, it's one of the most fun things on the sim. It's just incredible to run, and so I think these guys are going to put on a show here.
No, it's a great combo. You see them go 2-3 wide all the time, and also I think you bring up a really good point that for those of us who have been deep in the weeds and we need to backtrack a little bit, that yes, if you are a college student, you can race in the college series and you can earn scholarship money towards your education. So I've talked about it with so many friends and people in the industry that, when I was in school, that would have been a great opportunity to have. But now, all sort of 6 one way, half dozen the other, but to be able to race for scholarship money, if you are a college student, I think is just the neatest thing.
Absolutely.
So, we have 8 laps on tap for y'all a little bit later. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think, to see these guys get around and get after it at Charlotte Motor Speedway. These drivers competed in a time attack over the course of the past week and a half or so. And so they qualified. The fastest 40 drivers were able to lock themselves in, represent their universities. They are finishing up practice and qualifying now. So we'll have a slightly different grid that doesn't necessarily line up with the time attacks. And then they're going to go. We're going to have a race. We're going to see who comes away with the trophy here. And we are live at SimRacing Expo, the inaugural U.S. SimRacing Expo here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I've been around walking the floor the whole weekend. Been a lot of fun. Jordan, I know you were here a little bit yesterday and then at the track too. What was more surreal, seeing all of this here or being in the fog and the mist watching the O'Reilly race?
Probably the fog and the mist, but also being here. So I brought about 10 or 12 people here yesterday, and we didn't know what we were going to expect when we came here. And then we got in here and we're like, wow, okay, there's a lot going on here. This is really cool stuff, a bunch of different things I've never seen. Like there's a full motion. I'm looking at a full motion right here that there's a lot going on right there.
Oh, no, yeah.
And so it's really cool event. And I'm just happy to be here. A lot of people here. I see Blake Reynolds walking around, Coke Series drivers. So it's a cool thing to be at.
Yeah, no, I've seen Blake. I've seen Michael Conti, Nick Ottinger here. But we need to talk about new format, little changes for 26-27.
Really,
because
James?
What we are looking at here on screen is the new tournament bracket. Little change to the format for 26-27 coming up in the fall. So we had 120 drivers that would start off each tournament that spans over 2 weeks. When we get into 26-27, a little bit more elite. We're going to go with 100 drivers. They're going to run 2 heat races, an LCQ, and then semifinals. That all is going to happen week 1. And we're going to whittle down 100 to 40. And we're going to have one single race in week 2. And that one single race will determine who wins each tournament. So we're still rocking the tournament format that we did all last season. But now, a little bit longer races. A little bit deeper fields. We're going to have more trucks in each field. We're going back with the trucks for most of these tournaments. And I think a really, really awesome setup that's only going to foster, I think, even better racing.
Oh, yeah. More trucks in the race is better because the truck, I think it's the most fun vehicle on the sim. So when you get more of them on the track at the same time, it makes the racing just incredible. So it's going to be good stuff.
Here's a look at, in greater detail, at what you'll see with the new series format for 26-27. So the time attack stays. The time attack is actually going to run for a little shorter period. So we had 10 days, I believe, in the 25-26 season in 27, or in 26 and 27. It'll go down to 6 days, and we're going to jump right into the tournaments. It's going to be a little bit more back-to-back, less sort of waiting time between the time attacks, because we also have more tournaments as well. You see the deeper format for week 1 and some of the more details: 2 heat races in your round 1, 13 drivers advance. 24 that don't advance in that week 1 are going to go to the LCQ. The top 10 from each LCQ will advance to the semis, and from the semis, you're going to have 2 semis of 36. We're going to take top 20 from each of those semis. Gives you a 40 truck field for each week 2 race to cap off each tournament. So you've got everything up in the semifinals happening week 1, and then week 2 is just that championship race.
James, you did a fantastic job explaining all that. You're a professional.
It takes a little bit to set up. Now, we've got a schedule as well. We haven't had the chance to tell you where we're running.
Oh, where are we running, James?
You're right. So we are running at Echo Park Speedway. We're going to start off the season with the time attack on September 16th. That's going to go, or rather 15th, 20th. We're going to go race at Echo Park Speedway, Peachtree Pursuit, drafting track to start off the season. Week 1, September 23rd, September 30th for that. Then Queen City Crown back at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That opened up the season this past season in September. Then, how about this? IMSA, Watkins Glen, Big Apple battle. We haven't done Watkins Glen in a little bit, but the IMSA logo, we'll get to that in a little bit, but that is, you are seeing that properly and you are seeing that correctly. Yes, we're going to be IMSA racing. Then the Great Lakes Gauntlet is going to wrap up the fall. We had a great tournament at Michigan a little bit earlier this year. It slides up in the calendar for 26-27, and it's going to be the final tournament before we get everybody out for the holiday season.
I don't think you could pick a better group of 4 tracks right there, James. I mean, you got Echo Park, Daytona. Oh, now we got Daytona on there. Look at that. It just changed on me.
It did flip because this is the spring semester schedule. So we're going to start off with the new track to the College Series for tournament competition. We've raced it before back in the single race era, but Dover Motor Speedway is going to host the Monster Mash, which, I mean,
that works, yeah.
It couldn't be any other name, right? So then we've got the Clash on the Beach that's back. Daytona is back right around Speed Weeks as well. So everybody's going to sort of be in Daytona mode already.
Absolutely.
With all the independent league races and the special events that take place. Then the Oceans War, we're going to go back to Daytona with IMSA cars on the road course at Daytona Beach. And then we're going to wrap up with the Sunset Splash at Homestead Miami Speedway a little bit earlier in the calendar this year. We wrapped up in April this past season. We're going to go March. And so by March 31st, we're going to be done. You can, if you're a Final Four person, you're a basketball person, you can chill out, not have to worry about practicing. You can watch all the good basketball that's going to happen the weekend following the Sunset Splash to wrap up the season. So all your oval tracks using the vehicles in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. So you've got the F-150, the Silverado, you've got the Tundra, and the Ram.
Don't forget the Ram.
Oh, yeah, no. I've seen a lot of people run the Ram. There were a lot of people that jumped into it in our first tournament in Martinsville in March, right after the Ram came out. It was awesome to see. Love to see the support for new OEMs, not only in real life, but in the sim. And then you've got the IMSA machine. So let's talk about that. We've sort of been teasing that a little bit. IMSA. Coming to the College Series for the first time, we are running the Ford Mustang GT4. So we're going proper road racing for the first time in eNASCAR history. A big thanks to not only our partners at eNASCAR, but at IMSA for helping to put this together. They're going to use the same sort of, we'll call it IROC style schemes that really put the schools on full display. And we're going to go road racing with the Mustang at Watkins Glen and at the Daytona Road Course. I think of them as almost like drafting sort of road courses in a way where, especially when you're working with a GT4 car, you can tuck in behind somebody. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with those shows. Maybe I am nuts, but.
Oh, no, those are the super speedways of road courses. So, yeah, it's going to be all packed up. And, I mean, the cars look really cool. So, yeah, that's going to be some cool
Being
racing.
a Florida guy, I know you know Daytona better than most people. So,
yeah.
What do you think about the road course as a pick there?
The road course at Daytona, I love it. I think it's incredible. I wish NASCAR still went there, honestly, but I think it's going to be really cool. And, I mean, Watkins Glen is the super speedway of road courses, basically.
Everybody runs Watkins Glen, right?
Yeah, everybody knows it. It's simple enough to run, so not too technical. So, yeah, it's going to be good.
We got the field gridding up and the field getting ready to go. But before we get going, a 4-wide salute to Kyle Busch passed away a few days ago and left an immeasurable mark, I think, especially on the Truck Series. He's the winningest driver all time in Truck Series history. And I think of, I can't believe I'm about to make this comparison, bowling legend Pete Weber, when he retired, he said, whether or not you hated me or you loved me, you still watched.
Yep.
Kyle, I think, was NASCAR's version of that. And I think the ability to draw people into the sport for his talent, for his ability, for his personality, I don't know if we totally grasp what we just lost here in the last few days, but I think over time we're going to see how immense it is, because Kyle really did leave his mark, even on SimRacing as well. I had the chance to call him in a few events here on iRacing that he won and chat with him there. So his effects and his impact, not only something that we felt in real life, but I think in the sim too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I got to race him a few times in some of the special events that got ran during COVID and stuff, and it was really cool. So I was a Dale Jr. fan. So yeah, I love to hate Kyle, but no, he was so fun to watch, and just big loss, obviously. So.
And I think especially with the way, having had the chance to work with Brexton and call some of his races in real life, he was such a great dad at getting Brexton sorted too, and Lennox, Samantha, a really super tight-knit family. So you feel for them as well. Hearts go out to all the family and friends of Kyle Busch here. But I think also a neat touch from these College Series drivers, a lot of whom grew up watching Kyle, idolizing Kyle. There are definitely some people in this field for whom Kyle was their favorite driver. And I know that his passing has had a massive impact on a lot of folks that are going to be running today.
Absolutely.
So, a 4-wide salute for Kyle Busch. Two-time Cup Series champion as well. He got it done at the highest level, not just in the trucks, not just in the O'Reilly machines. And now the field will get back to their 2-wide setup and fall back to the regular places on the grid. So we'll have a little bit here to get going. And then once everything sets up properly, we are going to get everybody double file. We're going to go for 80 laps. We're going to have a lot of fun here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Again, these drivers time attacking their way in. The fastest 40 college students who were able to qualify this, an exhibition race. So no points in the line, no sort of standing for 26, 27, no way to get your leg up. It truly is all about that wheel and pedal set from Logitech G, the iRacing credits, and then the trophy that we've got here that is eventually going to find a way into the home, and I bet at some point on social media, I think, for one of the drivers here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The trophy looks cool. I can't tell how much it weighs. It looks like it weighs a good amount. So yeah, let's pick it up. Why
I'm about
not?
to say, yeah, what do you think,
How
George?
much does it weigh? That's not too bad.
That's
so,
good.
Yeah.
That's a good size.
Yeah.
That's one of those, you could put that on a mantle, you could put that on a fireplace and set that up.
Yeah, good conversation piece.
I like it.
How did you win that? You know?
I'm about to say, could not be me. Could not be me. You actually have talent. You competed in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola qualifying series. And actually you're pretty good.
Well, compete is a light word, but you know, I was there, I ran all the races and had fun doing it.
You were faster and you were in higher splits than I ever could be as we get set for 80 laps of action. The SimRacing Expo showdown for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series is green. And Jonathan Evans will take off Mario Miranda on the outside as they thunder off into turn 1 for the first time here at Charlotte.
Now, James, these trucks are really loose on the first lap, so I hope these guys, they all realize that, but especially when you're packed up right behind somebody like that, it takes the air off the spoiler, so especially here in a 3, I hope they're all ready for how loose it's about to be.
No, I think that's a fair point, that you've got so many drivers who, if you're really aggressive, you'll try and send it off into turn 1 that first time. You just won't have the feel underneath you, especially in the rear of these trucks. You need to be left the tires cleaned up and really sort of get into your groove. Meanwhile, Mario Miranda trying to sell Jonathan Evans, the Western Connecticut State Wolf, pacing the field early. Super Mario having a super send-off here, graduated from the University of Oklahoma last week and is going to try and advance his career not only in the sim racing world, but he runs Legends in real life as well. So he's got a ton of experience, but he's got a lot of pressure from the champion from 2 years ago, Logan Clanton out of Cal State Fullerton, the Titan.
See, and he's running the outside, so you usually want to stay to the bottom early in the runs in these trucks to keep, especially the right rear tire on it. As look at this, already 3, maybe even 4 wide. There might be room for that. Why not? Let's go through the turf. As they're trying to make it through turn 1, but you usually want to run the bottom, but it's hard, especially the pack because everyone is on the bottom. Someone's going to go to the top, and they're going to pass at least like 10 trucks very quickly right here.
You could do that, and I think we saw that in the Queen City Crown with a few drivers, especially in the early heats, where you've got the ability to run the top for a few laps, but you will bring your tires up. So if you gain track position early from the high side. Daniel Falkingham from the University of Maine at China is trying to do that right now. But if you go up there and you run for too long, any track position that you gain early, you're just going to give back towards the end of a green flag run. These drivers, we should expect to make at least one pit stop over the course of this race. So you are going to have to manage tires a little bit. Fuel shouldn't necessarily be a concern. It may come into play depending on if and when we get a yellow flag of some form, but for the most part, tire management going to be more the key. Jonathan Evans still pacing this field. That front, really, Quintet, well, I thought they were going to try and tuck in line, and then there goes Logan Clampett to the outside trying to get the spot from Mario Miranda.
Yeah, there goes Logan to the outside, so you should be able to make this pass here. It's going to be tough. Mario's going to have to try to fight back on the bottom. I don't think he's going to be able to do that, so Clampett's going to get second.
Clampett already making his move. We've seen how quick Logan Clampett is. He too in a bit of a swan song. He a graduate now of Cal State Fullerton, a longtime competitor in this series, the winningest driver in the history of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. A little bit further back, Jackson Anderson, the Oklahoma State Cowboy, in a really, really good battle mid-pack here. This is right around the edge of the top 10, and up at the top, the red and yellow machine, the University of Calgary Diner, Connor Yarashak, the newly crowned champion of the College Series for 2025-26.
He was a contender on Tuesday night in the Coke Series race. He was leading a
good
lot of
run in
that.
the Coke Series race,
Jackson got in the back of somebody there. Nice save.
Had to check it out. You see so many different lines here. Somebody got loose there. I believe that might have been one of the UNC Charlotte drivers who almost got into the fence and then had trouble. Connor Berkey from Illinois State, the Redbirds. A little bit further in this field. A lot of these drivers in back, I think, is trying to conserve tires as best as they can and make sure that they've got something for the end. They know that if you try and go too wide, and I think this is going to be a general theme throughout this race, if you are going to make a pass, it really does matter if you can make it quickly, because if you get trapped up there, especially now that speeds have settled in, tires are heated up, if you can't make that pass on the outside, you just end up burning yourself up, and then it just becomes a mess.
Well, if you try to go to the bottom and you don't make the pass, there's going to be 10 dudes behind you that are going to say, okay, I'll make
just
the
run
pass
the top,
on you,
yeah.
and you just get pushed from 15th to 25th before you can even realize what happened. So it's kind of a risk. Do I go for this? Can I clear him? But with the way the trucks are, you can get right on someone's bumper and you can move them up the racetrack. It's actually really cool how you can manipulate the air in these things. And so you're going to see guys not try to run right behind somebody because they'll get in the 30 air, they'll get tight. But at the same time, if you get close enough to the bumper and get them loose, you move them up and you could actually make the pass doing that.
I think you bring up a great point in that, one, these trucks are, I think, more aerosensitive than a lot of people would give it credit for, because they punch a massive hole in the air. The cab's so tall. One of the tallest vehicles in all of NASCAR, so you've got a lot of aero that you get to play with, but that also means that if you know how to work the air, sort of to your point, you can move somebody up the racetrack, and you don't even necessarily have to touch them. You can just pack your nose underneath, get them loose or tight, send them up, get the spot. There you go. There's your track position. You keep moving up the pylon.
Yep. Mario tried to get third there, couldn't quite do it, so he'll get back in line.
Jonathan Evans doing a great job pacing this. I think this is also a testament to the importance of qualifying in clean air in the truck series. So many of these drivers have consistently talked about dirty air and how difficult that can be to work with, especially if you're in a pack. That's why you see a lot of these drivers peeking out, trying to find some sort of clean air in some way, shape, or form, even if you're running that second lane. And sometimes it's not necessarily about making the pass, it's just about making sure that you don't get your car tight, you don't burn up, especially that right front tire at a mile and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll see some guys even try to go as low as they can on that blue paint down there, trying to poke the left front out at whatever air they can.
Sometimes you can get lucky and get a little bit of air, sometimes it doesn't necessarily work out all that well. Falkingham had a moment and is now deep in this field, 35th, with 11 laps complete of 80. So 8th of the way through proceedings here in the SimRacing Expo Showdown. Jonathan Evans has led every lap. Logan Clampett, Mario Miranda have been right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, something had to happen to Daniel for him to be 35th. Here it is. I think he tried to make a move going into turn 3. And then where did he go? And then there he was.
Here's the thing, the Thunderdam will put on a show. If you're thinking about showmen, not only in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, but in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Championship Series as well, longtime competitor. He's running for Rick Ware Racing this year. Neat to see them expand their operations too. In the last 2 months, they picked up an eNASCAR team. They picked up a late model stock car team. They're going car store racing as well. So we're starting to see, we knew that Rick Ware already had an empire. Everything they do in Cup and everything they do in NHRA, but now they're expanding digitally as well. They're getting into grassroots racing, and I need to see they picked up both Balkingham and Garrett Maines, the other driver for RWR in the Coke Series this season. So good look here at Kyle Martin. One of the, I think, surprises of this race so far, working underneath Jackson Anderson, trying to maintain a spot in the top 5, but the Central Connecticut State University driver out of Southington, Connecticut. He's a Blue Devil. It's not just Duke. It's not just Duke, folks. A mechanical engineering driver and also a crew member in the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, which if you're not familiar with the landscape of especially regional and grassroots racing, is Case in White from Merrimack College goes around over in turn 2, and that brings out our first yellow of the afternoon. Looks like I couldn't tell whether or not there was help there coming off of turn 2.
Couldn't see it either. But I was about to point out that Martin, he was in second there.
Right.
And as we're watching him, because he let somebody get to his outside, lost 5 spots instantly. That's how quickly it happens in these.
Right, because you can, especially with these cars, you're running in a nice little RPM band where you can roll momentum on the high line, and especially coming out of 2. I don't think a lot of people realize that Charlotte Motor Speedway is a little bit egg-shaped if you sort of take the front straightaway out of equation. The radius of turns 1 and 2 is not the same as what you have in 3 and 4. And 3 and 4 actually are a little bit tighter. So you can carry more speed, especially coming out of turn 2 down the backstretch, than you can coming out of 3 and 4. Never mind the fact that the exit in 3 and 4, as we get a look at our replay fueled by D-Box, we'll take a look and see what happened to bring out Cason's incident in this first yellow. A little bit of contact there, and just got tight underneath. You can see it, just arrow push up the track, and tried to correct it off the bounce. Couldn't tell who Cason got into, but big hit to the outside wall and tough break for Cason. That will likely end his campaign in the SimRacing Showdown.
And I'm sure he's telling whoever was under him there, I gave you plenty of room. What are you doing? How much more room did you need right there? So everybody's going to come down pit road, usually going to take 4 tires, I'd imagine. Someone might try 2, though. It's going to be a little loose, but they might try it and see if it works out.
I think this is a really interesting time for this yellow flag, because you're going to have about 70 laps to go. We do have green, white checkers in play if we need them. So you're going to be right on the edge of a fuel run. So if for whatever reason we go green the rest of the way, there might be some people trying to clutch and cut. And honestly, I think if I'm at the back of this field, why not? If you know you don't have the pace to go head-to-head with somebody like a Miranda, like a Jonathan Evans, like a Logan Clampett, I would honestly probably be trying to clutch and coast here.
Yeah,
especially in yellow. And just drag it out as best you can, so that if for whatever reason we go green and they have to pit, then maybe you've got the opportunity to get one on them. I got a top 5 in a World 600 once running that strategy.
Did you really?
It underscored how slow I was.
Right.
As we get a good look at UNC Charlotte's Brandon Hudson. I know we should have a few Niners in the house here, pretty well represented. One of the biggest participants in schools, or so far as schools go in the college series this year. It was University of Northwestern Ohio, UNC Charlotte, and Belmont Abbey were the 3 schools that had the most participants. And usually every tournament, we'd have a lot of folks in the mix from one of those 3 schools, pretty much every single race we ran, which I think is a testament to the investment from all 3 programs. Both UNC Charlotte, UNOH, long history of engineering. As Hudson, I guess, missed his pit, now it's going to come down this time, and that will cycle Jonathan Evans back to the lead.
No, he just knew you were about to talk about him, so that's why he stayed out.
He wanted the lap, right? I know
wanted to be the leader
Landon
for a while.
Huffman, who's been involved in sim racing for a long while, once told me that in a late model race, he very specifically ran up front because he knew he didn't have the pace to win, but he figured just with the way the tires cycled at the track he was at, if I can get 30 minutes of airtime and put my partners up front, then why not, right? I'll just go up there and get them some TV time, and if we run last, then we run last. But we got the cameras on the car. Sometimes the most important thing. So maybe a strategy there to get UNC Charlotte some screen time here. In a neat setup like this where we got a ton of people here paying attention, live on site at SimRacing Expo Charlotte. Thanks to all of you who are watching the stream on YouTube as well around the world. I know I've had people ask me, where can you watch this show? How can you get involved? I know folks that are double and triple screening alongside the Indianapolis 500, which should go green about 15 minutes from now, I think.
A lot going on today.
I know, a lot going on.
We had a real-life truck race going on just a little bit ago.
Real-life truck race that just wrapped up,
today.
I believe.
Should have been over by now, yeah. I think they had a noon stop.
Believe Lane Riggs got the dub, I think. Did? Okay, getting confirmation that Lane Riggs did in fact win. Carried UNC Charlotte. He's a graduate of their motorsports engineering program, if you believe.
I did not know that.
So The Niners here in the house getting all out wild as they should be for their alum, who is, I think, going to be a great threat for the Truck Series title. And he's had that kind of talent, having seen him run a lot of grassroots races throughout the years. No shocker that Lane Riggs is good, and especially when you get to flat tracks, watch him there. But let's get back to our real sim racing action, as we're going to go green here, lap 17 of 80. So 63 laps ago, Jonathan Evans has paced it all, but Jackson Anderson has made his way towards the front of the field. Logan Clampett is the high shot reference.
A lot going on back there.
Somebody in the back missed it bad. I couldn't tell if that was a good shift or somebody out the fence, but an issue for some of the people a little bit further back in the field. And Evans and Clampett and Anderson and Yaroshat. Shocker, coming here. Jackson made it left the sideline.
And Jackson Anderson as well. I raced with Jackson a lot. He's always up front. So it's no surprise. I think he just tried to take second there for Logan on the bottom. Here he comes. He knows what he's doing in these trucks, so I expect him to be absolutely a factor in this.
I think a fair contenders are going to get a look at Jonathan Evans as well. Evans and Anderson, two drivers who now have a little bit of experience under their belt in the college series, but two drivers who I think have also grown in their time in the college series. Evans is a junior, and Anderson is a fabulous representative of Oklahoma State. He's a sophomore. So both those drivers we're going to see back in college series competition next year. And with some of the seniors that are departing, like the Logan Clampetts, you figure that we're going to see some new names towards the top of the field who are going to try and challenge Connor Yaroshat and keep him from going back to tennis.
Right. A lot going on back here. Someone tried to go 3 wide up the middle. That did not quite work, but they made it work anyway, because why not?
How about Aaron Brown from Eastern Shore Community College? One of the better schemes, I think. One of the neater pieces of the college series. You've got so many colors amongst the schemes and so many neat color combos. I almost thought we might have had an incident there in the front straightaway there. So they're going to go 3 wide into turn 1.
And Aaron took advantage of that. Oh, someone's wrecking back here.
Zach Sprouse, the North Mason Patriot, in trouble, and I think Brown might have got put into the fence. They're 4 wide there. They somehow managed to get away with it in the one spot where you can. You can make it 3 wide out of turn 2. You cannot do that coming out of turn 4 here.
No, I think Aaron never lifted at 1 and 2, which you could get away with in the truck if you do it right. I think he just said, I'm going wide open around this. I got to get around whatever's going on under me, and he made it work.
Anderson now has made the pass on Jonathan Evans, so our first proper lead change on lap 21 coming to 22. Ride 'em cowboy, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. The Pokes.
Go Pokes. Yeah, I think that's what they say too,
yeah. All that sort of stuff. Big-time members of the Big 12 Conference here in the United States. Long storied athletic history. Pretty good, I think, basketball, football.
Yeah.
Wrestling, they have a good program. Swimming and diving. I would say.
Really?
Also, yeah.
Wow.
You wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think it. Not necessarily, a place that's got a lot of like oceans or spots to swim.
Not a lot of bodies of water in Oklahoma,
but
it's Stillwater, Oklahoma.
You got a lot of support and a lot of really passionate folks in Stillwater who love Cowboy athletics and who love to see the Cowboy up front. Daniel Nanny, the Ball State Cardinal out of Clinton Townsend, Michigan. We know our regular producer, Drew Adamson, on these shows is Ball State alum, so he'll love to see Ball State getting a little bit of TV time here. Nanny currently just on the edge of the top 10, trying to find his way into it and trying to find a way to hold off Lane Graves, the Wichita State Shocker, in that yellow and black truck, just to his inside.
Trying to go 3 wide. They're not going to quite make that work. To your point earlier, I'm enjoying every time they come off the turn 4, someone's hitting the ball. Every single time. It's comical to see. And it is. It gets very tight over there, especially when you're in the third air like all these guys are right now. The truck just wants to knock the ball that right there, and there's someone else hitting it every single time.
Well, I think, and I want to lean into you on this because you had a lot of experience in the qualifying series running these trucks. So how tough is it not only to avoid aero tightness, there's some places like Charlotte where you know the exit in 4 is really tricky to deal with. How tough is that to manage that over the course of the run and sort of balance, trying to get spots, especially if you're running a high line versus making sure you maintain your tires and maintain track position too?
Well, especially when you're back here after like the top 10 or so, you have to almost set up where you're going to exit when you get into the corner. Because if you're trying to move around in the middle of the corner to miss the dirty air, you're just not going to miss it. So you have to kind of commit, okay, I'm going to run the very bottom right here and hope the guy in front of me kind of moves up a little bit and I can get some clean air. Because if you're crossing the wake of the truck in front of you in the center of the corner, you're going to knock the wall down. So yeah, it's difficult, and then you're trying to not get past, you're not trying not to give them the right rear, so it's very hard. There's a lot going on. We got a sick onboard.
We look here on board with Jalen Atkins from Belmont Abbey College, consistently their fastest qualifier in time attacks over the second half of the campaign, putting a top 10. Talked with him a little bit over the course of the spring. I think a lot of this for him was just trying to, I think, prove himself that he can do it and that he had the pace, not only to qualify and do well in the time attack, but to race. So gradually got better. Struggled with some week 1 opportunities in the spring, but towards the end of it, and by the end of the final tournament at Homestead Miami, was able to make the championship race field. So you figure he's a driver that I think, especially next season, you could see running deep into a lot of tournaments, making a lot of week 2 appearances, trying to find his way into top 10s, top 5s, maybe get some scholarship money. He's got Douglas Newbigging underneath him.
He's trying to find a 3 wide lane right here. But he'll just sit in line for now.
Sometimes that ends up being the better play. Dylan Bam right in front from Bismarck State College, the North Dakota representative in all of eNASCAR.
North Dakota,
North
wow.
Dakota. My thoughts too, right? As they try to get nuts. Look at the block there from Yaroshack trying to pin Aaron Brown all the way down at the bottom of the lane there on the front straightaway.
But Aaron Brown.
Yaroshack goes up, we don't, maybe?
I don't know, but Brown was still able to get to the bottom. He used the turf. People are going to use the turf. It's only a 1X. Might as well go down there.
Turf on the front stretch in Charlotte, not natural grass.
No.
You've seen a lot of other places. They replaced that right around the time they built the extension for the road on the front straightaway. And so it's turf grass like you see on a lot of NFL fields, and then a special substance underneath that is designed to slow down race cars and avoid the sort of divoting and the sort of grabbing of the noses that we saw in years past. So, and then accurate follow in iRacing too. You drive over the turf in Charlotte, it feels a little bit different than driving in the grass in Daytona, right?
Absolutely. It's an escape route. If there's a wreck on the front stretch, most tracks you don't want to go to the grass.
Right,
You don't know what's going to happen.
The grass
here,
is safety, but here you can.
Here it feels like pavement. You just cut it and you're completely fine.
Which, again, a great testament to all the wonderful software engineers at iRacing who get that kind of detail down to the micrometer right. Tradition, I think, amongst sort of eNASCAR, that we know that these tracks are going to be laser scanned to be done excellent to the smallest measurement as you can find. We work our way on that 31 of 80, approaching the halfway point in this SimRacing Expo Showdown for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. I'm James Pike, he's Jordan Word. Bottom Split CEO is here and present. For those who have not had the chance to actually meet you in person, but I know I've seen your streams, who hasn't at this point, right?
I would hope no one would see my streams. I don't know if they're worth watching, but you know. We have been doing it for about 8 years now. Just started streaming iRacing. I've been doing iRacing for 15 years and just started streaming one day, and it's taken off a lot more than I ever thought it would, if I'm being honest. So really cool stuff. Got to meet a lot of cool people and do a lot of cool things with it. So like standing right here, first standing right here.
Stick around long enough, sometimes that should trust you, right?
This couch is very comfortable.
It's great. I know. I
kind of want to lay down. Take a nap.
You could. You could. Go full, like pig at dinner and, call the race.
Right, exactly.
Sort of deal. Have fun. Here's where watching Falkingham trying to this about. Yeah, no. I think one of the more fun aspects of this is being in person is we've got trouble on the back straightaway. A lot of trucks got turned sideways there. I have a hunch somebody thought they might have been clear and were not. No yellow flag yet, though. They all spun to the inside of the racing surface. And so if they stay off the racing surface, they're down on the apron. We're going to say green flag racing. That caught up a few trucks. I couldn't tell immediately who was involved, but there were a few that got caught up in this. Folsom Lake College's Brendan Argenio. One of my favorite paints of the entire year. I love this teal and this black combination. I think it looks so good. Not just because, we're in Carolina Panthers country. The stadium is literally blocks away from our location here at the Charlotte Convention Center. But now back to the front of the field, Logan Clampett beginning to pressure Jackson Anderson for the race lead, coming to halfway.
I'm proud of Jackson Anderson holding these guys off. Logan Clampett, former Coke Series driver, Jonathan Evans, a lot of good guys behind him, and Jackson's just having a great time up there, having fun. He's one of those guys I enjoy seeing when I want to race. And Jackson is a fun guy to race with. He has fun with it. He takes it seriously, but he knows that it's just for fun, especially a race like this. He's just having a good time out there.
If you're hearing him in chat in the program and in iRacing, what's is he the kind of goofy type? Is he like a Steven Wilson who sing Taylor Swift songs during yellows, or what's Jackson like?
He'll do that. So when I take over the in-game chat like I usually do and ask people a bunch of million questions. He'll answer all the questions. He'll be the one that, if I say, hey, what'd you guys have for dinner? Jackson will give me his full dinner.
Here's a replay. We're going to get a good look at what happened here and how we ended up with the sideways. Looks like that might be Abraham Vila, I think, from the University of Houston, who was 3 wide, I believe.
And we just ran out
with Connor Berkey. And yeah, they just sort of ran into each other coming out of the exit at 2. Lane Graves from Wichita State, I believe, was the other truck that got caught up in that. And yes, indeed, it was the Wichita State Shocker.
Logan's trying to go to the bottom for the lead, but he's got no drafting help, and that actually matters on the straightaways here. He pushes you, and so if he's got no help, he's not going to make that pass.
I feel like this is a case where if you're Anderson, if you're Jonathan Evans, you know the kind of strength that Logan Clampett has as arguably the most decorated driver in the history of the College Series, trying to go out on top proper with a win. But if you're Anderson and you're Evans, you're working together, you're running the high line, and you're trying to make sure he doesn't have a shot. And how about Jacob Malone putting on a show for St. Leo University? I watched him steadily climb up the top 10 over the course of this race, and Malone has been so consistent, so good in this, and now here we are with the pack of 10 trucks essentially fighting for the race lead altogether, and he's right in the thick of it. So neat to see a few names that we didn't really see during a lot of the tournaments over the course of the regular season of the College Series coming through this exhibition race. They tried to go 3 wide there for a moment. Taking a look here at another incident that took place. Looking 3 wide again in the middle of the corner. Falkingham. Bit of contact between Falkingham and the...
I don't think there was contact. I think this guy went close to his left rear, and especially when you get, we're almost 20 laps into a tire run here, it's going to get even looser when someone gets all over you like that. So I don't even think he ever actually hit him.
That was Tanner Ledford, the Central Florida 9th, that got caught up there with Falkingham, middle of 2s. One truck caught the edge of the fence in 3 and 4.
And Jackson went from leading to now he's getting put 3 wide in the middle, go back to about 8th here. That's how quickly it happens. You get stuck out of line and suddenly everyone goes by you.
And again, I think there's the power of clean air. If you lose it immediately, all of a sudden, and especially for somebody like Evans, somebody like Anderson who had been up front, I feel like it takes a little bit just to regain that feel of how you drive the truck in a pack, in dirty air, versus what you get when you're out in front.
Oh, it drives completely differently in the lead. It's so much looser and carefree in the lead, and then suddenly it drives completely different when you're in 8th. Bradley Erickson looking to take 5th. I was wondering when he was going to show up here at the front of the field as Connor Urashak works to the bottom of Evans. I don't know if he's going to get that past me.
I figured we'd see Yarashak at the front at some point. Connor Yarashak, the champion, the University of Calgary title. Look at that crossover there for Mario Morenda, who got a great run into the corner and is going to try and pull the slider. But Yarashak, with all the momentum on the top side, going to maintain second for the moment, try and draft off Evans and maybe get a run going into 1 here.
I think Mario was going to have that pass for second, but Evans was in his way. He couldn't complete the slide job, and so he had to lift out of it, and he'll lose that spot.
So Yarashak immediately, you can see he's looking for clean air, trying to go to the top side. Evans should come up, but his normal lane to block. Is Yarashak going to toss under? We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. So you go back to Douglas Newbigging, representing King's College. Good battle as they were 3 wide for a moment there.
Doug is another fun guy to race with. I see him in the NASCAR iRacing series a lot and stuff, and it's fun to race with him.
Almost getting picks out there. Meanwhile, battle for the lead continuing to be tight. Yarashak there now with the help from Morenda. Just past the halfway point in the SimRacing Expo showdown, and now Yarashak with that great drive off the corner should be able to roll that great run off the top line. New leader, newly crowned champion, Connor Yarashak.
That's not a surprise. He's one of the best at saving tires on the sim right now. As the longer the run goes, I expect him to get, well, he already is in the lead, but I expect him almost even try to pull away right here because he's really good at saving his tires.
You made a point earlier, he had a great run in the Coke Series race. He was top 10 pretty much all of that. I think also he's done a lot, and he's been a huge boon for his back-end team in the Coke Series, Nexus Esports, who I think really in the past year and a half have changed their fortunes, and now they've got a fair amount of representatives in the Coke Series this year, and Connor has sort of led that charge with his pace, with his speed, with his knowledge, but you don't see a lot of just naturally gifted and talented people like Connor come along. And the folks that stand out in that same sort of camp where you could just watch them and see that kind of talent and know you got it. I remember once upon a time, as we go back to Delaware's Julian O'Neill, once upon a time there was a Stephen Wilson who, before he was a 2-time champion of the Coke Series, ran in the predecessor to the Coca-Cola qualifying series, and would spend a lot of his summers in these trucks just winning every single race. And you watched him when they ran, and you just knew that he was going to be somebody. And now already one of the most decorated drivers in Coke Series history.
Absolutely.
I could see Yarashak potentially following a similar path. He's going to be around. He's going to be around in the Coke Series, I think, for a long time to come.
There's a lot going on back here. These guys, we're about 25 laps into the tire run, so things are getting really loose. I mean, we got guys just riding the wall, coming off the turn
there,
4.
Just trying to hang on as best he can. And then Caleb Weekly, one of these bunches to the University of Wisconsin at Whitewater, the purple. Pit stops now happening, one truck in for service.
So if this went green and you had to pit for fuel, we're coming up on when you would probably split the run.
Yeah, no, that was immediately where my brain went, that if you're splitting the run, you're going to do it here. We got a caution about lap 10-11 where everybody came in. The only caution we've had in this race so far. So if you're splitting the run in half, this is about when you do it. I'm curious to see whether or not anybody up front is going to try and play that strategy. Jackson Anderson did, so that'll be somebody to watch on that alternate strat, that B strat. They have a shot at this, but if this is going to work, I think it has to go green the rest of the way for them. That's the big key. If we get a yellow, it's going to torpedo the strategy of anybody who decides to split this run in two. Most likely. Absolutely.
There'll be a lap down, and they got to take the wave around to get back on the lead lap. If the caution does come out, you'll be restarting in 30th. I mean, you'll have no shot to get back to the front. So it's a risk.
The huge risk. The scary piece of this, and something you'll want to watch over the course of maybe the next 5 to 10 laps or so, is we have those drivers who split this run come in. You're going to see differences in speed and maybe incidents as well, as Jake Malone just about almost had to worry about getting run into. I think that's Daniel Nanny up top above him, who almost lost it on the exit of 2. But we'll see trucks with fresh tires passing trucks on old tires trying to stretch this all the way. And the speed difference can be really, really significant, especially if you're not used to oval racing. You spend more time, especially in iRacing, running GT3s and prototypes. This speed difference that you see, a little bit like rush hour traffic, our version of having to pass different classes.
It's like multi-class racing for about 10 laps.
Yeah,
it really is, because you have to keep track of who's on tires and give them the lane. Otherwise, they're just going to run you over. And if you're the guy on tires, you have to kind of have an inventory of who's on older tires, so I don't run them over. There's a lot going on right here. These guys are all over each other. They're trying to wreck.
All trying to wreck, all on old tires, all racing pretty well in this field. We've got a Belmont Abbott machine in this. This is Jake Innes, Aaron Brown, Jacob Malone, Daniel Nanny, and I believe Malachi Drake. Indeed, yes. I want to cross-check that with the Liberty Flame back in this back. So this is everybody basically back at the top 10. Look at Nanny taking it 3 wide there, going into turn 3.
Move. So if I'm the leaders, I'm staying out because I'm just going to assume these guys are going to wreck here at some point.
They, I think, just got away with it. They're out of 4, but they're trying. They are trying to go nuts here, and that was the save there, I believe, from Nanny a few laps ago. So Nanny on the edge. If nothing else, putting on a heck of a show. And there's Jackson Anderson. That speed difference you talk about, he just blitzed past everybody.
So if all these guys do have to pit and it cycles around, he's going to have a huge lead. He's going to have seconds on these guys. They'll have fresher tires later. They may be able to run him down, but they almost just wrecked behind him.
They tried to. And then they thought better of it. So this would be the case where I know traditionally we'd be looking for onboards. We'd be thinking, okay, is there anybody clutching and coasting here, going into the corner, trying to stretch this all the way? It would be, I think, with the pit stop, 17, so you could probably stretch on fuel a little bit. You're going to be right at the edge of the window. Would have been, 63, I think, laps?
Something like that, yeah.
So you can do that. Just got to make sure you're okay with it here, and that you manage your tires as best you can. There was the contact between Aaron Brown and Daniel Nanny. That is a save.
Aaron went for it, and I don't think Daniel was expecting that, and so I don't think he's too happy about that. But hey, Aaron made the pass, so,
I would say now the challenge is if you're Daniel, can you get back to him? As Evans continues to pace this, Miranda there tucked in behind. Good battle a little bit. You got Yarashak Clampett, Bradley Erickson, the Arizona State Sun Devil. You mentioned him a little bit. He's a driver that I also think really established himself. Was able to get a few week 1 wins in some of their early rounds and some of the tournaments. And again, if you're looking at names you want to keep on a short list and drivers that you're going to want to pay attention to when we get into next season, Bradley Erickson, one of the youngest in this field, only completed his freshman year at ASU.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's one of the most aggressive drivers on the sim right now. He's fun to race with because you know he's going to push you as hard as he can. And so it's really fun to race with him. And yeah, I'm not surprised he's in front of Moses just made a pit stop right there. Interesting time to make that stop.
A little bit on the back end.
Kind of in the middle of this, because you either, I would think, want to do what Jackson did and pit really early, or just wait until you're out of fuel and run a drive. But he kind of pit in the middle. I wonder how that's going to work out.
It's going to be interesting to see. I think you'll want to keep Cam somewhere and keep an eye on Logan Clampett and watch the pylon, because Clampett is going to thunder all the way up it as best he can. But when you pit that late, did he leave himself enough time to get back to the front of the field?
I bet you that's what he's probably thinking right here, because Jackson's got no draft, and that matters right here. It's not as much as like a Daytona or Talladega, but that matters that he's by himself.
Right.
So he's got no draft. He's going to probably lose a couple tenths a lap by not having anybody with him. So that kind of offsets the fresher tires he has right now.
It's almost a problem of you executed your strategy so well, and you got out ahead of everybody else that went on that alt strat, decided to split this green flag run, that now you're out of the draft. I wouldn't necessarily say you should play yourself, but you were hoping that a few more people would be able to come with you, and they just weren't able to make it work. It's Jacob Malone now on screen. He's been consistent. He is now our cycle leader as we work through pit stops. Aaron Brown up to second as one of the Kentucky Wildcats making their way around. That's James Bowman. Got a lot of time in the College Series this season, competed regularly in a lot of the tournaments, and putting it on for the Wildcats and for the U of K out of the Southeastern Conference.
There is Malone into turn one all by himself. I got to imagine he's going to be the one leader here that's going to try to stretch this just as long as he can. I don't know if he can make it on fuel. Maybe he can or maybe he can't, but he's going to think, they might wreck at some point. Why not? I'll just stay out here. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, I think, well, at this point, you've almost sort of made your bed so far as strategy goes. Either you came down and you pit and you're splitting this run, or you're just going to try and clutch and coast and make it work. And so one of the two will end up being victorious. Another driver that might have been Nanny or Berkey, one of the Ball State, Illinois State cars coming in. I believe that might have been Nanny, actually. But we're going to get a look here at Thunder Dan, Daniel Falkingham, who is one of the most entertaining drivers, I think, in the series. Always guaranteed gold in an interview. He's got so much personality. And we're going to miss him here in this College Series. Falk, I believe, also one of the ones who's wrapping up his tenure in this, but still plenty of opportunity to see him in the Coach Series for Rick Ware. So I have a feeling we've not heard the last of him, even if we might not see him in the College Series when we get back to it in the fall.
Absolutely, and he streams too. His channel is just Daniel Falkingham on Twitch. It's just his name. I'm sure he's streaming right now, and you'll notice a fan behind him. He always has like a fan.
Like the million trophies he's
whatever he's running. Fan. So I wonder if it's on right now, because sometimes he has it going and sometimes he doesn't. I don't know how cold it is in Maine right now, so maybe he doesn't need the fan on right now.
Maybe a secret representative for Big Fan Esports, Davin Cornelius.
Absolutely, yeah.
Perhaps.
They're going at it. See, that's why I would just stay out. I think Malone actually is on pit road right now. There he is, yeah. But I mean, they're three wide everywhere.
Right, yeah. This is the scary part here, especially if you got fresh tires and you're trying to work your way around traffic that's on a different strategy. You're just trying to make sure that you manage closing rates. You don't catch somebody in the wrong spot. A lot of this is about carrying your momentum and making sure that if you got to run on somebody, that you're sorted one way or another.
So Dan has stayed out here. Might as well, because remember, he dropped back to last. And so he's kind of forced to just do some crazy stuff right here, which is what he's doing. Just staying out there, trying to wreck behind him. I don't know. They're still trying to wreck. I don't know if they saved it or not.
They tried.
No, they did not save it. No, they did
Aaron
not.
Brown in trouble on the front straightaway from Eastern Shore Community College.
And that will bring out the caution? Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Well, that changes things a little bit.
That changes. Yeah. I won't necessarily say everything, but...
No, I'll say it. It changes everything.
All right, there you go. Cliche counter one for those keeping track. I'll have to find one to get in there myself to make sure we're even on that front. So... this actually works out, I think, really well for Malachi Drake and Daniel Falkingham.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be able to come down.
For them.
They're
it puts Falkingham right back in contention. He's going to lose the track position when he comes down pit road, but he'll have fresher tires than everybody else, and he'll have the opportunity to try and run back to the front.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to lose too much track position. It's just what happened in 3 and 4. They were just going at it right here. So we try to go 3 wide. That's, just not going to quite work. Probably guys on new tires trying to thread the needle there up the middle, and Aaron clipped somebody. That was a fantastic save.
That almost was somebody going head on into the wall. Almost. Thankfully not.
Well, not quite.
Thankfully not. But Malachi Drake, the Liberty Flame out of Lynchburg, Virginia. You're making your way up towards Richmond on the interstate, the motorway, depending on where you live, what you call it. You'll see their big campus up there, tons of resources invested up that way the last, especially 10 to 15 years, not only on the academic side, but the athletic side and on the esports side as well. And Brendan Argenio, who ran into trouble earlier, he also with an opportunity maybe to try and sort himself out with this yellow and maybe get a little bit of track position too, depending on whether or not he takes a wave around. Get another look at the incident here. Here's the onboard and the near miss, almost getting clipped there.
Oh, he got loose even trying to miss, and that actually saved him because I don't think he was going to go that low on his own.
Right.
He was going to end up in the middle of the track.
Right.
So he was going to plow. He was going to plow into that truck if he didn't get loose on his own trying to miss the wreck.
What did Bob Ross call them? Happy accidents?
Absolutely.
Something like that, I think. So Drake is going to come down pit road. Falkingham will come down pit road as well. We'll see where they cycle out. You'll have some drivers that will stay out. The Andersons, well, actually, no, I take it back. Is everybody in pretty much?
Yeah, you would want to pit right here. Those guys were out there for at least 10 laps or so, and that's just too much on these tires. You're going to get just passed by everybody if you actually had stayed out.
Right. So the question is, who took two, who took four? Daniel Falkingham, right up top.
New leader.
Malachi Drake. Tanner Ledford, I think, with some strategy. Jalen Atkins, Dylan Baum. Tobin in the top 10 as well. That's Davian Tobin out of Prince George, Virginia. Richard Bland College. Originally from Petersburg, not far away from Richmond.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you take the junction, if you drive up I-85 and I-95, they come together at Petersburg.
Really?
So
I just took that junction the other day driving up to Washington, D.C. So,
Fun place to be.
Yeah.
We are on lap 63 of 80. Daniel Falkingham is your leader. We're under our second yellow flag after an incident for Aaron Brown exiting turn 4 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the eNASCAR College iRacing Series SimRacing Expo Showdown, an exhibition race for the drivers in the College Series. I'm James Pike. He's Jordan Worth. We've got some of the best collegiate sim racers from not only the United States, but Canada as well. Connor Yarashak became our first ever Canadian champion a few weeks ago. But these drivers competing today for bragging rights, but when they get back to it in the fall and we compete in our first tournament at Echo Park Speedway just outside of Atlanta, they'll be racing for scholarship money. And this is an opportunity that if you haven't had the chance to learn about it, to know about it, if you love eNASCAR, if you love truck racing, if you might be a GT4 person coming up next year, because we're going to have GT4 racing with the Mustang for the first time in College Series history, you can sign up. You can go to either the eNASCAR website, the iRacing website. You can learn more about how to get involved in iRacing, into time attacks. You could qualify yourself, and you potentially could land yourself in this College Series next year competing against a Daniel Falkingham, a Connor Yarashak, a Bradley Erickson, some of the best at the college and the university level.
The big names, yeah.
Big time names who also have gone on to find success in the Coke Series as well. I think that's the other neat part of this is that there are drivers who I think get their first taste of competitive eNASCAR in this series, and then they find their way through the qualifying series. They sort of learn here, go to qualifying, make top 30, get through free agency, and now we've got some drivers in this who are going to be competing in the Coke Series, who, by the way, also are headed to Echo Park next. They'll be there on June 2nd.
That's going to be a
for the second race of the Coke Series campaign. Going to be fun to see if we get another. I think Malik Ray was the most recent winner in competition at Atlanta, and so fun to see if he goes back to back. And we get a crazy Twitch video because there's a man who will go nuts on stream. Malik Ray, one of the best to do it in that regard. So back to green flag racing, just under 20 laps to go. Another restart sort of missed in the back, but Daniel Falkingham now in control of this, now on fresh tires. He got the caution when he needed it the most, and it's brought him right back into the mix of things here.
I see Jackson Anderson trying to go 4 wide. I was wondering, those original leaders that we have on the pit stops, they're all back, not even in the top 10 right now. As they're trying to wreck down the back straightaway, they are wrecking down the back straightaway. That's not going to be a caution, though. It's on the inside, so he's going to keep moving.
Right, they did wreck on the inside on the racing surface, so we'll stay green. Falkingham the leader.
Oh, and they're going to wreck off the 4.
And somebody got the fence in, now they are wrecking off a 4. Big incident with a lot of trucks involved. And Connor Yarashak, the biggest name involved in this, as we had about 10 trucks go sideways out of the exit of turn 4, our third caution of the afternoon, and a lot of names that have been leading this field or in that top 5 caught up in this.
See, that's the risk of pitting during the cycle, James, is that you end up in a situation like that where you were leading the race the whole time, and now you got to restart 10th, 12th, and you're trying to pass all these guys in 20 laps. It's difficult, and that's what happens.
Well, I was about to make the point that it's at this stage of the race, and especially with the way the trucks run, and you know this probably better than me because you've run them more recently, but 15 laps to go, you have to go. At this stage, you cannot sit back, you cannot wait, you have to force things that maybe on lap 10, lap 20, you wouldn't necessarily push the issue on.
No, there's no saving tires at this point.
Yeah.
You're just going as wide open as you can, and so that's what's going to happen. If you had told me we only had 2 cautions in the first 60 laps or so, I'd been like, what? But I'm not surprised that now we're getting them because, we're getting down to it here.
This may be a classic DW cautions, breed cautions type moment sort of thing. That's, I think, a big issue is I see Jackson Anderson and Bradley Erickson go down. Let's go to our replay fuel line 2000. We're going to get a good sense of what went down. This is the first incident on the back straightaway where we saw a few trucks get spun out and sideways. And then there was the incident going into 3 and 4, which started, I want to say, around here and Evans, maybe a little bit ahead of them. No, it was behind them. Oh, there was two separate incidents.
2 different things going on there.
So Evans and Yarashak got together, and then I couldn't immediately tell who got together further back to cause the bigger piece of this incident.
Right. Yeah, a lot going on right there.
Which I think, again, that's a testament to how hard they're pressing at this point, that you have 2 separate incidents and people that end up in trouble one way or another.
3 wrecks in half a lap.
You'll have that in big-time sim racing, I think, especially when you've got this trophy on the line. We talked about the kind of neat mantelpiece that you've got. And the conversation starter that you would have.
Yeah, put it on your coffee table,
Would you go coffee or would you go fireplace with that?
Fireplace.
Fireplace?
Yeah,
I like the height
fireplace.
Here's a look. This will be a good shot. This is Bradley Erickson and I think Jackson Anderson. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Pretty clear story at that point that Erickson got arrow loose and tried to catch it. When he tried to catch it, he got up into Anderson and the other truck that was there. And all of a sudden, 1 becomes 2, becomes 3. And especially when you're packed in like sardines on these restarts, truly nowhere to go.
Yeah. So when you get really close to somebody like that and you're starting to get them loose, they have to lift out to not get more loose, but you get even closer to their bumper.
Right.
So it just keeps cascading on itself if they're trying to save it, but you're not meaning to do it, but you keep getting them looser because you keep getting closer to their truck. And so it's a really hard, it's almost impossible to not wreck right there.
It's almost like sometimes when the fenders come together in any NASCAR vehicle, not just the trucks, but sometimes if you make contact with somebody, you'll sort of latch on a little bit and you'll have to sort of detach and come apart. But by the time you do that, sometimes, you're either already sideways or heading toward a fence or you've lost 3 spots already. And so you sort of have to eat the loss there one way or another. What this does do is change the picture at the front of this field a little bit. I saw a few trucks, especially Dylan Bam and Jalen Atkins did a nice job of getting away as best as they could from this. I actually think they didn't come away with that much damage or at all. But new names towards the end of the top 10 in particular. We haven't talked a lot about the UNC Charlotte 49er Landon Slagan a lot, but Slagan has made his way to the top 10 for the first time that I can recall over the course of the afternoon.
And how about Doug in 10th?
Yeah, Douglas Newbigging from King's College in the top 10 as well. Jake Innes, also from Belmont Abbey. He's been sort of edge of the top 10 between 10th and 15th for a lot of this race. And is going to have a shot here to at least get up in the top 10. And I think that also brings us to one of the better rivalries of the college series. A lot sort of a yin and yang, a different side of the mirror sort of setup between the Abbey and UNC Charlotte. As the pace car is off, we're going to go single file for this restart. Ballpark 10 laps to go, and Thunder Dan leads us to green. And one driver didn't get going. Tanner Ledford missed the restart very, very badly. That's going to stack up everybody behind, and now it's a land rush for track position going into turn 1.
I mean, we're on the apron of the racetrack here, a lot going on. That's what happens sometimes in the single file restarts when it gets stacked up like that. There's a big speed difference of everybody, and we're 3 wide, maybe 4 wide. Someone might just go 4 wide, because why not?
I'm about to say, yeah, Dylan Van right in the middle of the Belmont Abbey sandwich for a split second there. He's going to go to the inside, 3 wide further back. As you've got Aaron Brown trying to work a middle, Newbigging down on the bottom, and Slagan up on the high line. Trouble, though, out in the corner. 2 trucks sideways,
now, but then he's
comes
gonna
back
come
in
back
the racetrack,
up.
and now that'll bring out the yellow. I want to say that might have been Julian O'Neill right at the edge of that, but Tanner Ledford, I'll put it this way. If you're going to make a mistake in some form, Brandon Hudson, there we see on the screen, but if you're going to make a mistake, almost better to make it early, because Ledford was able to stay up in the top 5. He missed the restart, did not get a good run through the gears at all, but maintained the track position. And still is in the top 5, and there are other trucks here that got much, much bigger pieces of this and end up now likely out of contention for the win.
So that wreck started on the restart. Daniel Falkingham, the control truck, he waited to the end of the restart zone to go, and everyone was trying to anticipate it, so he went, but everybody else trying to anticipate had to stop, and that just cascades through the whole field. So that's why they were already 3 wide before we even got to turn 1. Trucks on the apron, because there was a lot going on right there.
So here's a look at the actual incident. Again, it was the Tanner Ledford restart that stacked them all up. This is the end product of it, as you see the 2 trucks come together.
I thought he had it, and then just ran out of room.
And then came back up on the racetrack and caught 2 or 3 other trucks right by the start-finish line. Actually, Brandon Hudson did a good job saving it there. Got into it, but then managed to come back down and sorted himself out, and I don't think picked up that much damage. The question is whether or not you come down now and try and get that damage fixed, given how important Aero is here, or are we at a stage where the track position matters more and you'd rather have that instead?
If you're outside the top 15 or so, I would fix the damage. Yeah. Because especially if you get rear end damage in these things, it makes them unbelievably loose. Almost impossible to drive. So you're better off just go ahead and pitting. But if you're up front, ride it out. Why not? See what happens.
Because it could get nutty. And by could, I would say
it will.
Would.
It will. It already has, I would say. But yeah.
Right. This is the moment where you're going to see people going after it. One more replay fueled by D-Box here to give us a good shot at what happened, who got involved. You see a little contact there from moving on the bottom, and then shoots around on the racetrack. And they all sort of have to stack up behind it. It's actually just behind Aaron Brown where this starts. One truck gets shot up there. I saw a Wisconsin Whitewater representative caught up in this too. Caleb Weekly with just not a lot of good luck in this race, I think.
No.
We've seen that truck on screen, but it seems like when that truck's been on screen, it's also been caught up in incidents, but also caught up in incidents not of his doing.
Sometimes you have races like that where you just can't miss a wreck. You just get involved in every single one of them.
I feel like my Daytonas are like that more often than not, where I'll just be mid-pack, minding my business, and then somebody turns me and I just get stuck.
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh, that's the super stretch wall. Okay, I guess we are not facing forward.
Yep.
Thankfully, I'm not flying through the air, so it was a little bit better than not good. But as it stands, that coming back out in theaters later this year, 20th anniversary.
Really?
Of Talladega Nights. Can you believe it?
That's crazy.
I know. Makes me feel old. I'm already getting fat enough as is. So, right? Terrible times here. But good times for Daniel Falkingham and for Malachi Drake, who. This is going to be interesting because we see this, I think, a lot in eNASCAR. How do you manage the restart, especially if it's single file? And if you're Malachi Drake, I think to a point you almost have to try. Like you can't jump into a point where you get a penalty, of course.
No.
But you have to time it and try and time it to where you've got to beat Falkingham to the gas to at least be on his rear bumper in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you're Falk, you also have the ability to randomize where you start within the restart zone. So he went very late that last time.
He did.
So do you repeat that again? Do you go early in the box? Do you go in the middle? You got all these options to try and figure out how you mess with everybody else and sort of zig where everybody else was at.
So Malachi's happy this is single file right here, because if it was double file, he'd be on the outside, and you don't want to be on the outside restarting second.
No.
Because you don't get a good gauge of when the leader goes, and the guy in third just goes right under you, because it is wide open through 1 and 2, so you want to be on the bottom right there.
The only good piece, I think, in that spot is that you can run 1 and 2, and you can just about go full throttle on the top. Inside, you got to check up a little bit on that initial lap.
Well, even on the bottom, you can go wide open down there, too. So it's such a disadvantage to be on the top on the double file restart. So Malachi's like, okay, I don't have to worry about that right here. I can just restart where I'm at.
Working towards the end of this handful of laps to go in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series Sim Expo Showdown. Daniel Falkingham got into trouble early, caught a pit cycle perfectly, was able to get back up to the front of this field. And Falkingham with an opportunity late to close out his eNASCAR College iRacing Series career with a win. Logan Clampett looking for the same thing as well, a former champion of this series as we go back to green within the final 10 laps of this race. And Falkingham got himself a jump and a half. Malachi Drake did not. Logan Clampett immediately to the inside to try and get the track position.
Yeah, Logan wasted no time. He got a fantastic jump. He said, okay, I'm taking this bro, and I have it. He did that on the last restart, too. That's how he got the third. He restarted fourth there. And so he's going to get second. And I don't think Daniel Falk can get one to see behind him. He's Logan one of the best on the sim.
I was about to say, this could, if this goes great, if we start trading this out, this could become a head-to-head fight between Daniel Falkingham and Logan Clampett for who gets the effective last lap in their college series career. One of these two.
Oh, that's going to be an impact.
Exit of the second pink in the quad oval.
They're still
Trucks
wrecking.
all over the place in the back of the field, and the yellow flag comes out for the 5th time.
I was about to say, once we got like a lap or so in, it actually might spread out enough it's going to go green, but no, not quite.
Wasn't going to happen.
No.
A tough end to Super Mario's career in the college series. He ends up in the fence. I think he might have been the one that ended up crossways on our speed shot going into turn 1 and just pounded the outside retaining wall, and that will be day done for the Oklahoma Sooner, as Falkingham will have to do this all over again. Not like he doesn't have experience with this, but...
Well, he's got one of the best behind him right now, Logan Clampett. So Dan's going to have to figure out when he's going to go. And that's the game. When do you go in the restart zone? Do you go really early? Do you wait? Do you make everybody anticipate what you're going to do?
Well, I was trying to watch where he went that last time. I couldn't necessarily. Did you see where you thought
Not
he went?
quite, because I was actually watching Logan more because I saw him making a move. But with the single file restart, it's a little easier because you don't have to worry about, well, if the guy in second times it, he's just next to me now.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that as much. But he's still going to have to. I almost don't think he'd want to get a big lead though, because then Logan will get a huge draft on him. Here comes the replay.
If he sets it up right, yeah, no,
right.
That's a good point. So we'll take a look and see what happened here. This is further back in the field. The contact there, 1, 2, 3, and they all get torn up.
Oh, and then
up.
Mario.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Mario truly was just unlucky more than anything else. He just had nowhere to go. Truly minding his business on the inside, and
he was just hanging out, and suddenly he's head on into the wall, and that's what happens. I mean, what are you going to do? You know.
So just a bummer for Mario Miranda for his college series career to end that way when Mario, I think, has been so enthusiastic about this series on social media. He's been a fabulous representative for the Oklahoma Sooners, so he will not get the opportunity to finish this race out with the damage, but I think we on the eNASCAR and the iRacing side would be remiss not to give Mario his flowers for a fantastic college series career, and we look forward to seeing what he can do not only in the sim beyond that, but also in real life as well. As we're going to look at an onboard here and see just how nuts this was and how close it was, or maybe not close for some other folks in this field.
So everybody always complains about ARCA brakes sometimes when people don't lift for a wreck. I think he might have lifted a little bit right there. If he didn't lift at all, he misses that.
Right.
Sometimes that's the best thing to do is just full throttle the wreck, but he just got clipped.
It's such a 50-50 gamble, I think, more often than not in these cases. So it's either. I think the worst thing is if you go and try and avoid a wreck and then you just end up pile driving somebody right on the rear bumper. That's
different.
I'd so much rather try and go miss a wreck, and if I come through the smoke and somebody's sitting right perpendicular to me and I T-bone them, you were trying, you didn't have luck on your side.
Right.
Yeah. But
there's different ways to miss wreck. Sometimes it's not as cut and dry as some people would want it to be, because sometimes slamming the brakes is the worst thing you can do. Sometimes they're wrecking behind you and you get involved because you're slamming the brakes.
Sometimes, yeah. One of my favorite wreck avoidances of all time. It's a fabulous Twitch clip if you get the chance to see it. Shout out to Jonathan Cadell, Steel Horse Live, who ran I think it was the 2020 Coke 600, and they all wrecked turn 1 like lap 4. And Jonathan was just like, you know what? I'm not even going to try and drive through this. I'm just going to get down on the binders and
just
stop. And you just see 30 cars just up in the fence, flipping end over end, doing crazy stuff. And it got to the point where all he could do was just sort of laugh a little bit because he recognized how fortunate he was to make sure that he got out of it and then was able to run 400 laps. And there were a lot of people that were disappointed that night who, probably had blocked off that 9 to 12 block. Usually, especially Eastern time, if you're running the World 600, one of the best special events in iRacing, you're going to go from 9 to about 12:30, 1 o'clock. So they had their whole evenings blocked out, and then all of a sudden you're out lap 4.
So the flip side of that, in the 2019 600,
okay.
I started from the pits because I figured they're just going to wreck. There's a lot going on. I started from the pits. They held me for a little longer than I was anticipating, so I got lapped. As I'm leaving pit road, here comes the field to finish lap 1. They wrecked going into turn 1. Like right next to me. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to miss this wreck. Then they kept wrecking behind me. and I got plowed into while leaving the pits. So while trying to avoid being in a wreck, I got involved in a wreck, and that was the end of the race. I was done.
Too much damage, we're done?
Oh, yeah.
Man.
I didn't even get to run a corner in speed, and I was already done.
Racing luck is the same whether or not it's sim racing or real life racing. So, you know, sometimes you'll have that, right? Sometimes, though, we'll have a very, very good finish. Where does Falkingham go in the restart zone? It was earlier that time, but Clampett was able to follow him decently well. Drake, I think, got a good run as well, coming out the top.
This is the cleanest restart so far. Well, not quite. There's some, but it's much cleaner. As Logan, I think, is just he's gonna get a big run here off the 2 down the back. I don't think he's gonna quite get to Daniel, but he might be able to.
Logan's going to need a big run because he's got a lap and a half to try and make something happen. So he'll have to catch the track, catch back up with Falkingham. He might get a shot either 1 and 2. I think more likely 3 and 4. What could Logan do? 2 drivers whose college careers are going to end in the next lap. White flag here at Charlotte in the SimRacing Expo Showdown. And there's the draft he talked about for Logan Clampett going into 1 for the last time.
Well, I don't think what's helping him is the battle for third. He's got nobody pushing him behind him, so he's not going to get as much of the draft as he could be able to. I think Dan might be all right here. As long as he doesn't get too loose in 3 and 4, I think Daniel Falkingham's going to be all right.
Going to have to defend against any sort of send from Logan Clampett in 3 and 4, and Clamp is not going to have enough. And Daniel Falkingham, who at one point in this race was in 35th position, is going to close out his College Series career with victory in the SimRacing Expo Showdown. And this trophy sitting right next to us is going to take a ride on a plane up to Jonesport, Maine in the Thunder Dam.
Daniel was in every spot in this race. He was last, and he worked his way through every single spot. The caution came out at the right time, and he's a fantastic driver. He knows what he's doing, so he was able to hold these guys off.
I know Daniel Falkingham is going to be hyped about this, and I think especially he didn't necessarily always have the best of luck, I think, in these seasons, but he was competitive. On his day, when the luck went his way, he was right there with the Clampett, with the Steven Wilson in seasons past, with Connor Yarashaks this year. So I think a neat sort of prize for him to go out and win the first ever exhibition race for the College Series and their first representation here at the SimRacing Expo. How neat is this, I think, to be live on stage here. We got a whole bunch of people tuning in, watching, and checking out what the eNASCAR College iRacing Series is all about.
Absolutely. He tried to do a burnout through the chicane there of the Roval. Kind of missed it a little bit, but, you know, that happens.
So this is going to be your full field rundown. In just a moment, we're going to be able to tell you where your favorite driver finished. Falkingham with the win for the University of Maine at Machias. How about Logan Clampett in his final College Series race coming home P2? Malachi Drake puts it last spot on the podium for Liberty University. Tanner Ledford managed to make up for that restart and got a top 5 out of it. Dylan Baum, Aaron Brown was eventful. Bradley Erickson. How about Jalen Atkins for Bellingham and Daniel Nami from Ball State? And then Mateo Mitchell, highest finishing driver for UNOH.
How about that? We never mentioned him at all, and he ends up getting a top 10 out of it. And if you notice, a lot of the heavy hitters at the start of the race, not in that top 10, except for Logan and Bradley. Like everybody else ended up getting involved. Like Connor Yarashak way back in the field here.
Yarashak gets out. The first time Yarashak probably had bad luck all season. I think he'll take it in a race that wasn't any form of point show in some way, shape, or form. And he'll be okay with it because he's got a whole nother season to get to when we get to Atlanta in September for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Some of our further finishers back in the field who ran into trouble at some point in this race, whether or not it was early on in Case and White's case, or a lot of these drivers that finished a few laps down caught up in the flurry of yellows that we had toward the end of things. That your full field rundown for our SimRacing Expo Showdown at Charlotte. We've got a lot of fun coming up in the College Series. Going into the fall. We also got a great slate for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series as well. Jordan, Atlanta coming up on the calendar. A new format, a little tweak this year, so a little bit shorter schedule, but also a lot more consistent races during the summer. And you've got action every Tuesday night that you can catch with the College Series, eNASCAR.com/live. Jordan Worth, final thoughts before we take off and we let the folks at SimRacing Expo get back to it.
You know what, James? I had a lot of fun doing this with you. It was fun to watch that. And yeah, we do have the Coke Series coming up again at Echo Park. That's going to be a fun race. And because the season is a little shorter, so it feels like the intensity is a little higher, a lot more stress for those guys. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, this was a fun thing to do. I enjoyed doing this.
No, it's been a lot of fun. He's Bottom Split CEO. You can find him on Twitch at Bottom Split. You can find me on socials at James V. Pike. You can find all broadcasts of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and eNASCAR College iRacing Series on eNASCAR.com/live. We're back at it June 2nd at Echo Park. If you want to follow along. For Jordan Worth, I'm James Pike. Congratulations to Daniel Falkingham, winner of the SimRacing Expo Showdown. And we now hand it back to our friends at the SimRacing Expo Charlotte.
Thank you guys for commentating on the race. Great job. That was big fun. So that was that for the eNASCAR Collegiate Showcase 120, but we're heading right next into the next race. It's going to be the Podium 1 GT3 Daytona Challenge in just a bit. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back on.
Hello everybody. Hello everybody. I'm back. Also, you stole my line. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is my thing. Thank you, Matta. Well, hello again. Yes, third race of the day. We've got a GT3 Extravaganza at Daytona. 45 minutes of racing action. P1 is going to win themselves a VPG wheel. And then we're going to have a raffle afterwards. So anybody that finishes the race will be entered into a raffle. The winner of the raffle will win themselves a VPG wheel as well. And then their name will be taken out of the hat. Another raffle will be placed again with all the drivers that finished, and so there will be 2 giveaways for everybody on the grid. I will also be joined by CJ Conkin about 10 minutes after the race start for the action. So I think we can actually head over to qualifying. That's happening right now. But it is a straight shootout, Daytona, GT3 action. 45 minutes with a pit stop in the middle. It's as simple as that. So yeah, let's head over to the racetrack and see some of the action taking place. Eventually, I guess. I hope I find you well at home. We've got another race. Barely speak here. We've got another race later on as well. RaceRoom with the Super Tours at Hockenheim Ring. That will be an absolutely immense race. The Super Tours from the 90s, reliving their glory days as we go on board then with Wilford, who's currently P1. So we've got Wilford in P1, 1/10 of a second clear of Colon. Then you've got Harris in P3 now, but the times will get faster as the tyres decide to warm up. They've got 2 laps to get a lap time in. And we've got a massive differential in cars there. We've got a BMW. We were just on board with a Porsche. Now we're running up towards the entry back onto the oval section. Daytona, one of my favorite circuits. Why? Because there's only 5 corners to learn. So it's a little bit easier. It's real difficult to get the car onto the oval with full pace, especially with colder tyres. You can lose the rear. But yeah, if you can get it right, you can absolutely gain a lot of time. Looks like Tilford has had a slowdown there on his lap, 1.1 second off of the pace as it stands. But yeah, we are on board with Anderson. Again, 1.8 seconds to find if he is to challenge the top honours in this qualifying session. That's very neat and tidy there. You've got to be so careful on the exit now of that bus stop chicane, or the Le Mans chicane as they call it. You run over that, you will get yourself a slowdown. Lap will be invalidated, and you put yourself in all sorts of trouble, especially in a race. In a race, if you do get a slowdown there, you're just going to get mobbed by about 400 different cars. So across the line, into the pits. So that lap's being aborted. No improvement by the looks of things. We've got a Mercedes AMG. They can no longer take the esports line on the exit, or I guess entry of turn 1. They used to be able to get the car over that white line, but now you get a 1X. 1X meaning invalidated lap. But Krone right now is just about 9/10 of a second behind, just under 9/10 of a second behind the pole lap. We'll have time to complete this one. Through the kink they go. I've had issues through there a few times during the Daytona 24-hour. But I have also won it once. Doesn't matter what split I was in. It was the most important split to me. But yes, 2021, what a year. So we now go on to the oval part of the circuit. And now it is just loud pedal all the way down to that chicane. And then once again, it's loud pedal all the way down to the start-finish line. And most of these cars will probably be close together throughout this race. Pit stop will definitely have an effect. But like I mentioned, it is a 45-minute race. There will be a pit stop in the middle where they will have to take on some fuel. They don't need to change tyres, and I very much doubt anyone will. It's not the highest deg circuit. And that looked pretty tasty running through the chicane there. So I'll be about to see an improvement on the time. So Veldre, Latvian. Maybe the only Latvian in the field. Normally see Latvians racing rally. Very rarely do you see them racing on the road. But Veldre goes across the line, P17 then. So P17. And qualifying is not the most important thing. I guess you want to be in the top 10 in a 45-minute race, but there's plenty of overtaking opportunities here. As long as you can stay with the pack. So if you lose touch with the pack in front of you, yeah, you're in trouble for the long haul, unless you can find someone to work together with. The qualifying is very nearly done then. 20 seconds to go. And just to let you know, I will be joined by a co-commentator. So CJ Conkin, who's been hard at work organizing this, putting together some amazing prizes for our drivers. He'll give you more details as to how that's going to work and the raffle later on. But it will be a nice, fun 45-minute sprint race at Daytona. And there we go. Qualifying is done and dusted. Oh, that transition, by the way. SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box. So we get a lovely look here at the track at Daytona. We're about to get the official qualifying results. Here we go. So on pole position, then it'll be Miguel Colon. Starts in P1. Then we've got Josh Wilford in second position. We've then got Ian Harris in third. Bryce Crone in fourth position. Philip Ramey and Dave Tilford are on your third row. We've got Piers Fox and Avery Dickinson on your fourth row. Sean O'Brien and Jack Minter round out your top 10. And then we've got Keelan Ford and Jonathan Hartman. David Kelly and Cesar Colon. Brandon Anderson and Michael Belair. Antis Veldre and Joshua Travis. Javi Sierra and John Murphy round out your top 20. And then we've got Joshua Skelton and Scott Laurenti. And then Sean Phillips and Darwin Hanson round out your grid. So very shortly, we're about to see them tackle Daytona for a 45-minute extravaganza. Yes, I came up with a title like an old man. So we get a lovely look here of the stands as they will all now grid up. They will start rolling, and it will be a short formation through the bus stop, and then they will traverse down towards the start-finish line, and then it's up to the leader to take them away. But we do indeed have stewards for this one as well, so if anybody tries to be naughty at the start, try and gain an advantage, they will be penalized. So CJ will be the admin for this one, or the head race steward, should I say. And remember, there are some prizes on the line. So P1 is going to win themselves a VPG wheel. If you've never seen a VPG wheel, they are unbelievable. Go and search that out. And then we'll have a raffle at the end for finishing drivers, 2 of them. So everybody will be put into a hat. 1 driver will be drawn. They will then win the wheel, and then they will be taken out of the hat. We'll do another draw. Everybody else who hasn't already won will have a second chance, and then they will also win one as well. See, very close up there of the Ferris wheel. Here we go then. When that transition pops up, we know it's about to be race time. So the pace car will take us away. Looks like everybody has indeed gridded up. And we are ready to rock and roll. Thank you to Podium 1 for putting this together. And of course, VPG for sponsoring the event. Sabel getting involved too. Big shout out to Tom and Steve behind the scenes for putting all of the cool graphics together and making this race look beautiful on our screen. So there is your pole sitter then, Miguel Colon, the number 87 in the Porsche, wiggling that Porsche around, trying to heat the tires up. So with the latest tire model, you really have to put the work in to get the tires up to temp as soon as possible. Lots of Porsche at the front. That seems to be the favored car here. But there are some Mercedes, some BMW in the background. Those are the only manufacturers I've seen so far, but I will keep you posted. It's the pace car then. We'll peel off to the left-hand side once they get towards the pit entry. And then they all have to wait for the green lights. And then they are off and running. So here we go then. The track flattens out. Pace car will move off to the left-hand side. And very shortly, the beginning of the GT3 Extravaganza, brought to you by Podium 1, will be beginning. Heading then down towards the start-finish line. As the red lights appear, we're about to go green here, and we are off and we are running. Down towards turn number 1. And it's just Porsche absolutely everywhere. 3 wide in some places. Are we about to see a potential move here? No, he's going to hold on to the lead there. So Colon will hold on to that lead. Brilliantly done. So easy to run out wide there, especially early in this race. As I mentioned, with the cold tyres, are we going to see a potential lunge up the inside? There's someone definitely facing the wrong way there in the background. That is not ideal, and that will be race over. As we come through towards the kink for the very first time. Again, this is a very sketchy part of the circuit. This early in the race as well, 2x2 is just never good through there. It does appear that there are a couple of people trying that, and they are braver than I am. But for the first couple of laps here, it's just warm yourself up, get yourself in. Then you can look to attack later on. The last thing you want to do is throw it away as early as the first couple of laps, just because you had cold tyres, you had no patience. But now this is when the slipstreaming comes in. It is loud pedal time all the way from the start of the oval section down towards that chicane. And then on the exit, it is loud pedal once again, all the way down towards turn number 1. They cannot run as wide into turn number 1, so they have to slow down just a little bit more. So it actually makes it a better overtaking opportunity. But as it stands, Miguel doing a very, very good job here, although the gap seemed to be a lot closer. Hey, there you go, you can see it's absolutely closed up for sure. But these two seem to have got away, and if they can work together here and pull a gap on the rest of the field, oh, well, that's not ideal either. Car facing the wrong way held their brakes, did not move forward or backwards while cars are coming. Respect. As we go across the line then, we will now get the timing up on your screen. So Colon and Wilford have got away here. The gap is about 0.8 of a second, and the 2 cars in behind, Krohn and Harris, they kind of need to work together here, but they weren't. They were side by side through turn number 1, and if they let these front 2 go, it would almost be impossible to catch them back up. So you want to beat everybody on the track, right? But you got to work together as well. Such a strategic race circuit, especially with these cars. So again, heading down towards that kink. We're going to get a replay here, actually, first and foremost. So this is the spin coming out of, oh yeah, far too much curb. Ah, there we go. So the car was up in the air. Oh, anyone involved? No, good, lovely. Okay, everyone's still good. Keeps the car, yeah, nice one. Basically, the car was in the air, kept hold of the loud pedal. The wheels started to overspin. And once the car then hit the ground, nothing you could do. The slightest steering input, and you're round you go. It's like a happy dog chasing his tail. Not a happy driver, though. Half a second then separating the front 2. Wilford will be pretty happy where he is. Again, you don't really need to push too hard at this stage. Oh, we've got ourselves a co-commentator. Hello, mate. Good. I don't think your mic's on. Okay, your mic. There you go. Now you can talk.
All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me up here. Thanks for putting this on. This is great. I got a lot of friends here. We got a lot of customers from Podium 1 Racing. Most of these guys are real racers, which is pretty awesome. So we've been having a league for the past 3 seasons. Really good. Looks like Cologne and Wilford are at it again. They're always at it. Wilford is pretty impressive. He has been training for this race, and that's all he does is train, watching telemetry. Very good driver.
I mean, when there's some amazing prizes on the line, you've got to train, right?
Well, he wants the VPG wheel.
Yeah,
so.
You can talk us through the prizes a little bit more in depth. Again, it's great to be working with VPG. They've got some amazing equipment. But what can the drivers win today?
Well, the first place winner, we kind of did a little different. The first place winner is going to win a VPG Porsche Cup wheel, which is probably why Wilford's been training, because he's been wanting that wheel. He actually has the VPG Mustang wheel, actually, he bought from Podium 1. So after that, we are giving away, also P1 will get some Sawbelt shoes and Sawbelt gloves. P2 is going to get a 50% off a VPG wheel, still awesome, and a pair of Sawbelt gloves. then we did a little different. You can't rage quit. You got to finish the race. They got a fast repair, so keep them in there. And then we're going to do 2 raffles. One raffle is going to be another 50% off the VPG Mission wheel that was just launched. And Sawbelt came out of the blue. They are really kicking up their SimRacing chassis division, and they are going to raffle off a full chassis and seat. Pretty amazing. So
wow, that's an amazing prize. It's a really good idea doing a raffle for prizes afterwards as well.
Yes.
I wonder who came up with that.
I don't know. It was great, and that's kind of what we did with the league. I've been in a bunch of leagues where it's money driven for the podium positions. It worked out really well as a participation. The last season we did a set of active pedals, which is pretty awesome. Then boosters, so it oh my goodness!
They just turned themselves. They have just driven across the car on the inside as if they didn't exist.
I did disable the chat, so. What I really love about the guys in here, there's not a lot of chatting online. They don't want anybody doing anything. So what I was doing was I did a little live steward beforehand. There was a rule if you can't pass the row in front of you before the start-finish line, especially on this track, because you got some guys that are just hang in the back and fly through. So I didn't have to give any penalties, which was awesome.
Yeah, it's good. They're all being nice and well behaved. Yeah, but unfortunately, we just saw a driver, just completely turn themselves by the looks of things. We'll see a replay. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Oh well, as if by magic. Here we go.
Let's see
I don't know. Yeah, probably have to see that from a different angle there. I can tell you that is a race ruiner for sure. But yeah, not ideal.
It's wow. That's a pretty good race so far.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. Very good. Like, who are the guys to be watching out for? Who are usually right at the front of your leagues?
Wilford is usually in front. What's funny is we had Miguel Colon, which is in P1 right now, Wilford. They battled season 2. It was really, really, really awesome. Those guys are really good. We have some, Jack Minner is in here. He's a young driver, very, very good driver. He's come up. I was racing against him in our bronze license. We kind of do multi-class in our league, so you don't have to worry about winning P1 all the time. You just have to worry about in your license class. So we got Chris Crone in P3, which is awesome. Dave Tilford, actually my very first iRacing league was called Core Racing Network, and Mr. Dave Tilford, that's in P5, runs that. And he kind of helped me put together the Podium 1 league, so he is super fast. We got, let's see who we got. Scott Laurenti down mid-pack. He's a Podium 1 customer. We got.
What about P10? Are they? Oh, well, no, their names are slightly different, so are they not related?
They are not.
That's crazy.
They're from Puerto Rico, actually. Both they're not. But it's a weird, great drivers. Let's see who we got. Darwin Hansen, he's with Speed Designs. He does a lot of helmets for IMSA teams. So Harder Racing, he's got half their team. So I get to I fly out to Phoenix to hang out with him. It's pretty cool. So I kind of got into the iRacing before I started working for Podium 1 through Darwin because of the helmet. And we have a endurance team that he has, which is a lot of drivers on here. Michael Belair, I hope he's not out, but we do a lot of endurance races. And it got me into this whole, I was an oval racer, and then all of a sudden I started to get into road racing, and I did the Daytona 24 in iRacing in VR, my very first endurance race.
Wow. I mean, VR is an incredible tool, don't get me wrong. It's not for me.
It was hot.
I've not tried it for a few years, so maybe it's improved, but it's not for me. I cannot imagine how you've done an endurance race like that. But I know it can definitely enhance your experience.
So after that, I got hooked to road racing, and it hasn't stopped from there. And then I've been with Podium 1 for about a year. I didn't even know they were local. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, so looked them up, and I'm like, oh, they're here. And then all of a sudden, my rig has become, I've done 3 rigs now.
Darwin Hansen, he's pretty good, right? Because he started at the back and he's now up to P13.
Yep.
So he must not have got a qualifying lap in.
He didn't qualify. He hasn't been in his rig in 3 months. His son, he is a customer of Podium 1. He has a full-on system. He got a rig for his son. A great shot for Speed Designs, AMG right there. And his son is 16. He's been going to the Rolex races with us. He got hooked into racing. Has never done any racing until recently. He got into SimRacing. His dad said, well, you get in there. He has a coach. Actually, his coach has a Rolex watch, so he's a pretty good coach from the Daytona 24. Rolex.
Wow, okay, that's pretty impressive.
Great coach. Sim raced for 6 months with the coach. Now he's getting into Spec Miata, and they just purchased a Miata Cup. So we're following him and we're helping him out to prove that you can go from sim to real life. And in 6 months, he's pretty on pace with the rest of the crowd, which is amazing.
You seem really happy, but it will slowly change when he becomes faster than all of you.
Well, he's already faster than me.
Oh,
so.
okay, yeah. No, that sucks. Like, congratulations, I guess.
Yeah.
Berated breath. Oh, okay, what a...
The problem with working at Podium 1, I get all the toys that I have to test, and I don't focus on one discipline. I've recently got into rally pretty well, but I love endurance racing and I love rally.
Try being in a group where they're all over 10K iRacing, and when you ever do sim racing with them, you get treated like you've got 10K and abused like you have 10K because of how slow you are. It's awful, but that's a story for another time. They were on board then with P4, trying to make their way up into the podium positions, and they've just slipped behind here, so they've been battling, and they've lost a bit of time to Wilford, actually. Wilford lost about a tenth of a second to the leader. And if these all split up, it makes it very difficult for them to get back into it. Around about a second, 1.1 seconds, they're going to really struggle to stay with the car in front.
They only got 40% fuel, which is going to change the game. So it's going to come down to fuel. It was an hour race. Now we went down to 45. So it's going to be a pit strategy. And Wilfred, he is, like I said, he's a Mr. Data man. He has been practicing all week for this race.
So potentially it's a two-stop then, 45-minute race.
Could be a two-stop.
I think there's going to be people that are going to try and stretch out a one-er, but realistically, if you want to go full tilt here, you're going to have to make it a two-stop. So that will make it very interesting. So yeah, a bit of a change in strategy. So I was doing a race the other day where we were running around Indianapolis in the IndyCar, and it came down to a driver that had been fuel saving the whole race, and everyone else, like with 5 laps to go, had to pit, and he won by a lap in the end because he managed to save the fuel, which was unbelievable.
Wow.
So maybe we're going to see something similar to here. Maybe there's someone a bit further back in the pack that aren't really pushing, and it looks like they're not, they're nowhere near right now, but eventually will find themselves up near the front.
You got to watch out for P21, Artis Veldre. He's actually on our endurance team.
He stopped.
He did stop, so he's either, I don't know if he got taken out or he's doing some strategy.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, if you stop this early, you more than likely have been involved in an incident, right?
Super fast guy. I met him. What's funny is some of these drivers at our endurance team, we started meeting at real races and we become friends in real life.
You've literally come onto the stage just to flex your lifestyle, right? Like, hey everyone, my life's better than all of yours.
No. I mean, I think everything started out with meeting Darwin 3 years ago, getting me hooked into this, and then all of a sudden I ended up going to Podium 1 as a customer, buying some equipment, and then the owners of Podium 1's like, why don't you come on board? And then it just kept snowballing. It's pretty amazing.
That livery on the Porsche should be illegal. That has to be on a Toyota only, right? That is a Castrol livery.
Oh my
It just
goodness.
looks so weird on the Porsche. It's cool. It looks really, really odd though. This is a battle now for, 5th position. So 5th, 6th and 7th position there. We're on board with the car in the middle of that. Oh no, we're on board with the car at the back of that pack. It's actually a battle for 5th. It says 6th actually.
P10, Keelan Ford. super awesome guy. He's a customer of Podium 1. Just started talking to him a few months ago. He's been a friend of Podium 1 for a few years, and he's starting to upgrade his rig, and he's pretty fast. I've been in a few practice sessions with him.
How'd you get into the league? Like, is it a case of you're a customer, you get invited, or can anyone join?
It kind of started out as a Monday night, just fun league for customers, people getting their turnkeys, and we kind of teach them the etiquette of racing. And then all of a sudden we got some more competitive people, some real drivers getting in, and I said, let's do a fun league. Kind of the same thing you did. Let's do a participation raffle so it's not money driven. It's like you show up at all the races, it's a raffle to get in at the end. And it's now it's become a Monday night league night. So, and last season we started live stewarding and that was very eye-opening.
We had our first conversation actually about this. It was like an hour after you'd done the first stewarding, I think. And no, we had the meeting the week before. You had no grey hairs. Then the week after, you had lots of grey hairs.
Yes, it was live stewarding is not for the faint of heart. Like I mentioned, Dave Tilford, they run the Core Racing Network. Awesome league. I didn't realize you need about 4 to 5 people to run a league to get it done. Even more than that. And I was trying to do it all on myself, and then I got some people that jumped in and helped because they realized. So I'm like, I love organizing. I love doing the point system. The live stewarding was fun. I liked it because you take care of the penalties on the track at that time. So it's been a fun experience. We're gonna start shifting to do more of these events, Podium 1 events throughout the year with our vendors, because I think it's pretty fun. We'll just pick some events, get you involved also, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Absolutely. It looks like there's a gap now that's formed at the front, 1.4 seconds the difference now between Cologne and Wilford, and I think that might just be a drop off of the tyres for Wilford. He's probably been pushing too hard to try and keep that gap down or try and push into that gap, and yeah, ultimately he's just lost a load of time, and he's got no one behind him pushing either. Krone's dropped significantly further back. Harris is now right behind Krone, so they're battling for third spot as we're on board then with Anderson, who's down in 23rd right now, and 0.4 of a second off of the pace, but has done a pit stop. So we saw them facing the wrong way really early in this race, and it's all about now recovery. Again, everyone has to do a pit stop, so it may look like they're miles behind right now. And don't get me wrong, if you're having a pit stop because of damage early in the race, it's going to definitely affect your pace. You're going to lose lots of time on the lap coming into the pits. If you tow, then it might be done. But these drivers may come back into play later on in the race.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because I see a lot of it, guys at the bottom here that's already done a stop.
Yeah, looks like we've got some movement behind there. So O'Brien's into the pits, and that might be, a first pit stop. And that's about right, near the 20-minute mark. If it's 40% fuel, they are all going to have to start coming in. And I think if they come in on this lap or the next one, that's a beautiful move, by the way. It was, Hansen was kind of left the door open and went, you go through if you want, but you better hit your brake mark. They didn't hit their brake mark. Sailed back through, no problem whatsoever. But yeah, if they come in now, then they're pretty much committing to a 2-stop race here, effectively, which will make it very spicy with 5 minutes to go. But yeah, anyone that gets anywhere past the sort of 23-minute mark, they're going to be good to go. So we will find out who's fuel saving, who isn't.
We got Sean O'Brien that you mentioned earlier. He actually works at Speed Vegas, where you can go experience driving exotic cars. So it's so weird how this community's come together. And watching you online, and now I'm here on stage with you. It's a pleasure to be in this industry. So.
Well, it's great to have you guys involved. Again, Podium 1 right in front of us. Got some amazing equipment on show. It's just a real blast to come and see, companies that we haven't worked with before. Obviously, with being in Germany for the last 15 years, we've very much worked with a European market, European exhibitors. Obviously, we've got some here that have come over with us, which is amazing. But to finally get to work with, you and Steve and Chandler, It's been an absolute pleasure. And you've got involved in the Golden Ticket. You've put on a race for us. You come and do a bit of commentary. You've done a stage panel. So you've been really, really cool for us to work with you. And hopefully you've enjoyed it.
Well, thank you for that. I got my passport ready to go to Germany next year. So this year.
Have you ever been to the European one? Oh my God!
No, I have not been to one. I've been to France, and that's as far as I've been so far. So I'm looking forward to one of my bucket lists is to be on the Nürburgring. So I'm hoping to make it this year to the Germany Expo.
So this show here is maybe the equivalent of what we had on the first year of Dortmund, I would say, and we are blown away by the reception of the people who have been here, blown away by the feedback. Like, everyone's so happy to talk and give feedback, and everyone seems happy seeing families walking around. We've seen so many young children have a go at some go-karting sim rigs over there, and you're seeing fathers race against sons, mums race against daughters, vice versa. Like, it seems to be such a family-orientated presence here this week, and it's just been an absolute pleasure. And it's so different. It's the same, but so different at the same time as what we're used to in Germany.
Well, I look forward to checking that out in Germany. But I agree with you. This has been. I did the Chicago Simming Gaming last year. This one we didn't know what to expect, and it's exceeded our expectations. I'm blown away by everything you and your team's done on this. I'm so excited to have this over here. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been tough to put on. It's a small team, but we're very passionate, and I would like to say we're pretty good at what we do at this point. Back to the race though. Cologne still leading the way, and it's starting to see people in the pits now. So Crone, Harris, Dickinson, Ford, they are all into the pits. As you can see, their name is grayed out on the left-hand side. Cologne, Wilford, and Tilford have all stayed out. You've mentioned that they're the more experienced drivers. They're the drivers that have put a bit more preparation time in, to be fair. And it's starting to show here. So I think they're going to be pretty comfortable to go to the end once they pit. I would imagine they have to pit on this next lap.
They have to. Well, we got, 5 guys left to stop. So it's pretty interesting. It's just funny, as Pierce Fox, I just met, he's been on our league, and I just met him in person for the first time yesterday. He was here. I couldn't believe he flew back to be in the race. So, see, there we go. That's awesome.
How cool has it been for you to meet, not just customers, but maybe fans of the business and people who've got involved with, because you're not just doing sim racing, right? You're obviously doing other simulators for other brands. Again, not my place to talk about it, but it must be nice to finally meet these people in person.
It is. It's funny because I met a guy yesterday. He goes, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "No." And he told me his name. I said, "I don't know." He goes, "I sent you some clutches for a wheel that last year." And it's funny how they remember you. And I'm blown away by the sim racing community because it's so small, which is funny. And everybody comes together to help each other out.
And they're in. So they are in bang on the halfway point. So 22.5 minutes is really the halfway point of this race. And that means they should be able to go all the way to the end.
It's going to be
is that Murad's logo on top of his car? Sure, I just saw the Daniel Morad logo on the top of his car there. I'm not sure whether that's Roxy, Rexy, Reggie, whatever AO livery inspired livery that is. It's one of the dinosaurs.
One of the
dragons
dinosaurs.
Or crocodiles, whatever they are.
I love their liveries.
Cool.
I love the gold tooth thing for every win. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, 100%. It's unique liveries are fantastic, and the fact that it just comes from one of the kids going, "Can we put a dinosaur on a car?" They're like, "Yeah, why not?"
It is awesome. I grew up 45 minutes from this track, and I've been around racing probably since I was a teenager, and kind of took advantage. I was like, I'm near Daytona, and then now as an adult later on, being into the racing industry, partnering with some real race drivers in real life, and being in the pits during the Rolex, it's crazy. A few years ago, I was sitting in the stands, and then the past couple of years, thanks to Podium 1, I'm in the garage with them, hanging out.
That's cool, man. It's cool.
It is so cool to be in the sim racing industry and how it ties into real life.
Yeah, they're intertwining so quickly, right? Like they're becoming very similar in what they do, but the intertwining of drivers, of teams taking part in sim racing, and vice versa. You know, real life teams learning how to, be more efficient in terms of engineering setups, etc., etc. The more technology we get, just the closer it gets, right?
Well, thanks to Max, he's kind of pushed the whole sim training.
For sure.
I had a GT3 world driver at our shop in Podium 1 last week before the Sebring race. He spent 3 days just to train on our sim.
Wow.
And I got to work with him closely, dialing the sim in. And I love working with real drivers because they will say, I'm not feeling the understeer like this, or it's oversteer, and I want to feel the brake like this. So I get to use their knowledge of how it's supposed to really feel.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a tool that people just have to be using. The more real it becomes. The gap, by the way, from the front two is only 0.3 of a second. So Wilford is definitely under-fueled there to close that gap because he was about 2 seconds behind before they came in. So brilliant stuff there from Wilford. But will that hurt him later in this race? I guess if he stays behind now for the next 20 minutes, he should be able to save enough fuel to be good. But, slow down. That's definitely a slow down. We saw him bump over the curb. And that is less than ideal there for Veldre. So it goes from bad to worse. Early pit stop.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah, the early pit stop I think was due to a crash more than anything. And then there's a slowdown there. And once you put yourself in a position where you have had to do a pit stop early, you're pushing, you're at 100%, and then slow down penalties can indeed happen.
It's a lot of Porsches.
Yeah. You know what iRaces are like. You know what sim races are like in general. There's always one strong car on every track, right? It's the nature of GT racing because every car is so different. So it has its strengths, it has its negatives, and that's why BOP exists. But it doesn't matter whether it's in real life or sim racing. You can BOP. You can spend weeks on BOP, and there will still always be one car that is faster than the rest of them. It's as simple as that. It's just impossible to bop them. The only way you could ever do it would be if it was exactly the same car and that they all had a different shell. But even then, there'd be a different shape. So it's impossible.
You never know. What's funny is Wilford and I had a conversation a couple nights ago because we had a few practices before this race, and the Porsches look strong. And he's like, "Well, I'm just as fast as an AMG." So I think he was playing with everybody, trying to get everybody to switch over.
I have a real pet peeve when I've been commentating a long time, and you always there's always one car that's picked the most, right? And when someone types in the chat like Porsche Cup or it irks me. It's like, yeah, you are. If you're a sim racer, you understand why, right?
Yeah.
Or they go, oh, why has everyone gone for that car? It's like, come on. Like,
well, yes. We've had a lot of discussion in our Discord this week about car selection. So it looks like the car, the track.
It's just got really good rotation. Like, they're all pretty quick in a straight line. But the Porsche specifically has just got such good rotation, especially when you use the curbing on the infield.
It's nice to see we got Keenan Ford in P9. He's finally break the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
The skill level is amazing to see this, even after the first pit stops.
Oh, there's a Ferrari.
Oh, wow.
Hey. So there's 4 different manufacturers in this race. So we're on board there with O'Brien, right in behind Travis. So come through the kink. Nearly heading back onto the oval. That's a cool livery.
That is a pretty good livery.
They've misspelled livery.
Livery.
That's cool branding. It's one way of showcasing your business. As the Ferrari runs wide there. Here we go. Here's a battle for the lead then. So Cologne still staying strong. Looks like Wilford actually was giving him a little nudge along there.
Wow.
And I don't think Wilford's got any interest in getting to the lead of this race right now. He's just going to sit behind and wait for his opportunity. And that is a dangerous game because when there's cat and mouse in the final couple of laps where the driver in front's trying to go a bit slower, maybe makes a mistake somewhere, it can almost, I've seen it cause accidents. I've seen P3 be nowhere near a race at Daytona and the front two are just taking each other out.
Well, it's a funny story with Wilford and Cologne. I go back. our last season, you had to pick a car for the whole season. You could not switch per track. And they were so close in points. And Wilfred was so worried because Sebring was the last one. And he goes, the AMG is going to kill me on the last, because he got down to the last turn. He goes, I'm not going to be able to take him, so I'm not going to win. He was so concerned on that. And I think it got into Miguel Colon's head. I guess the last lap, they were just like this. And I think that's what Wilfred's doing. He's just sitting in his bumper, and he cracked and he spun out on the last lap.
So which one won?
That's Miguel Colon in P1 and Wilfred. They were just.
Yeah, but which one won that time?
Wilfred won.
Okay.
So he literally was behind him the whole race, just like this. So this is like a encore. Yes, it was pretty. He was so worried about losing the championship because of the car selection.
Yeah, that's
so I
really
think he's
cool.
happy they're in the same car. So
yeah. Well, he knows where the strengths and weaknesses are, right? But that also makes it more difficult to make an overtake.
Yes.
It's like Anderson's got a slowdown in the background. Actually, no, they're in the pits now. We've got Dickinson who's coming out of the pits. Say lap time watch. You know, they're all around the high 44s, low 45s. 0.4 of a second though between the front two. We're heading into the last 15 minutes of this race. Wilfred for sure underfueled to even be any. Oh, well, that's not going to work. No, you're going to run wide. The Ferrari's going to say thank you very much. There's no room for you to come back on, Porsche.
Oh.
And that's going to hurt your teeth. Someone get the dentist.
Yeah, they put that curbing in last year. It was. I remember the GTP jumping it and it got air.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
No, you hit that curbing now on the entry to the oval. It's no fun.
So you see a theme of sunsets here. So our league, I like to do a lot of sunset races just because it's beautiful.
Aww.
I think iRacing does the best sunset in any sim. It's pretty awesome.
There we go. Yeah, the iRacing guys definitely heard that.
It is the best sunsets ever.
They heard you the first time. Actually, let me go through my notes here, because I asked you what the weather was going to be like for this in your organization, and it's quite funny how you wrote down. So I asked, what weather are you going to choose? And he went, sunny and beautiful, which I'm not sure is officially an option in the settings, but it is sunny and beautiful, so it worked out.
It is sunny and beautiful. And I like to get people worried, like Wilfred
Wilfred's
just took P1. So I like to mess with Wilfred because he spends so much time studying, and I put chance of rain in the practice session beforehand, just to keep them on their toes. I'm like, I can't control the weather, just like real life. I was born and raised in Florida. You never know when it's going to rain.
Yeah, sometimes it just rains gators out of nowhere, right? Oh, see, here comes the cat and mouse, ladies and gentlemen, and this couldn't cause trouble. They've got a 9-second advantage over Krone. So that's the main thing, but they are just giving each other the lead effectively. Neither of them want the lead. So we get a lovely shot then on board with Wilfred. So we head back towards the oval again. You get the sun.
See, look at that
through.
sunset.
Yeah.
It's just.
I knew as soon as the sun appeared there, you're like, oh yes.
It's just so.
Yes, look at the sun.
I remember going to my first race there and seeing, and it's exactly like that. It's amazing.
Do you remember the double rainbow guy?
Yes.
You are the sunset guy.
I am the sunset guy. I love it.
Oh,
that's funny because our
broadcast, dude.
Our broadcast guy's like, sunset again. I'm like, yeah. I even love when I like to put some rain before the race so it get a little shine on the track.
Yeah. That's.
But then we start, we got some guys that.
You get snow blind.
Yeah.
So I would imagine here there might just be an accidental slowdown at some point. Cologne gave the lead away, and Wilfred, maybe it took him a couple of corners to process. Actually, that's not where I want to be. I want to be behind. But there will be shenanigans here. On the final lap, you can bet your bottom dollar that Cologne will be very slow through the bus stop just to back up Wilfred. If Wilfred could read it properly.
There he goes.
If Wilfred could read this properly, then he will be in business. But as it stands, this game of cat and mouse is in full effect, and P3 is slowly catching. It's definitely not going to be enough as it stands, but if they keep messing around... Oh, well, hold on. There was a race. Oh, there it is. So there's a race for P3 right now. And they're going to go through the S's here side by side, which is never fun, especially when you go on the grass there. And I tell you what, Crone is going to make that stick. That is beautifully done. And Harris and Crone giving us a spectacle here. Brilliant stuff.
Amazing racing going on. This is I love it. It's seeing these guys we've had on the league for the past few seasons, and now seeing this is awesome to see.
Oh mate, no. He's just sent that
and then he straightened them back out.
He sent that from a mile away, and to be honest, oh well, I'll tell you what, now it's getting very scrappy. Now things are getting very scrappy indeed. And to be honest there, Harris left the door open. He didn't need to, and he should have closed it a lot earlier there, because he sent the invitation, or he left the invitation out there, and Crone responded. There was contact between the two of them. I think it was a little bit naughty, but ultimately the door was open. And now all of a sudden you've got Fox and Tilford, and the battle for a podium spot is 4 cars.
This is amazing. And look at Darwin Hansen, P8. He started in the back. Amazing.
Yeah, definitely for me, driver of the day. Again, started P24 up to P8. It's once you get sort of out of the train, when the race develops around Daytona, it's so difficult to catch up with a pack who are working together. So for him to have continually caught up with other drivers and made the move, it's pretty impressive. But you can see that the gap, though, is now 5 seconds ahead to the next car, but then there's 22 seconds between the top 6 and the rest of the field as it stands. Then heading down towards turn number 1. Can Harris make this work around the outside? Oh, they're beating and they're banging. It's down into 1. I'll tell you what, yeah, Crone did. He ran wide there. He's run deep on the exit. He's going to hold on to this. But Fox and Tilford are absolutely going to be keeping an eye on this. And with all that fighting, they've lost 3 seconds to the 2 leaders.
They are all fighting for that P3. This is amazing.
So we're on board then with Harris through the kink once again. Again, shout out to all of the partners involved in this. I'd say probably you're the best person to give a shout out to all the people who've helped you put this race together. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I've been on a simulator for 3 days.
You're mesmerized by the racing, right?
Yes.
So it's a good time for you to give a shout out to all the partners who've helped put this race together, right?
Yes. So I got to give a shout out for VPG. I've been working closely with them. I kind of got the nickname the Wheelman at Podium 1 because I have a big collection of GT3 wheels, and I'm blessed to be working with VPG, providing the wheels for this prizes here.
Hansen's got a meatball, so there's been contact somewhere. We're on board with the battle up ahead. What's happening? What's this replay of? Are we just going to see a car lose it? Oh, okay. No, that's too quick. That's too quick. Oh, that's a wall.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that, again, looks spectacular. Unfortunately, that will be race over. Not ideal in the slightest. Here's the battle then for that final podium spot. They've got a bit of a gap now from Fox. Tilford has dropped a bit further back as well. And Harris and Crone, they're going to have kind of pebble-dashed cars by the end of this. There's probably going to be more white car on more white paint on Harris's car than purple, and there's going to be more purple on Crone's car than white by the end of this, the way they've been banging doors.
Also want to give a shout out to Sawbelt. They make amazing chassis. A lot of people don't realize they make sim racing chassis. They're going to kick it up a notch here in the next week or so, so we'll be launching that on our website.
Yeah, excellent stuff indeed. So we're heading into the final few moments of this race then. About 7 minutes to go, and we're going to find out whether enough people have saved fuel. This is where it could get really spicy. We think Wilford has massively underfueled to be able to get back up towards Cologne, and yeah, he stayed behind Cologne for this whole stint so far, so he might have been able to save enough fuel, but if he's really struggling before the end of this, he just won't be able to attack. It really is as simple as that. Cologne, you imagine, is going to try and accidentally give up the lead of this race at some point to then be in second position. Being in second on the final lap is absolutely vital here. But if he can't do that, then you know he's going to slow down through a corner somewhere and really back up Wilford, so he cannot have any momentum coming out of that final chicane. So fascinating stuff. Plenty of trials and tribulations yet to come here, I'm sure. But I think the front two are going to be good to go to the end. As they run then down towards turn number 1 once again. So Cologne holding that very slender lead. 0.3 of a second between the two of them. They got nothing to worry about behind. It's now 12.8 seconds. And it's going to be even longer now as we see a dive up the inside from Harris. Can he make it stick this time round? He's going to run wide. He's going to run very deep there, but he is going to nail it. It's beautifully done. Krohn not able to fight that back as we come then down in towards the hairpin of turn number 4. And he'll hug that inside line. And I'll tell you what, we might see Krohn under a bit of pressure from Fox. He's going to run wide, and Fox might come through. They're going to come through the kink here side by side, and it might go from bad to worse for Krohn. And does he lose the position? He doesn't. He holds on. So Fox backs out of it, but brilliant move there from Harris. Faked it around the outside, sent it down the inside, ran a little bit deep on the exit, but more importantly, or most importantly, should I say, got the move stuck.
Pretty impressed with this group. We had a couple practices, and then we did a race earlier this week. It's so awesome to see these guys take it so serious. And I know Wilfred, you're right, he's probably didn't fuel all the way because he's going to go down to the wire just to get that little speed.
Yeah, I'm right once a year, so maybe this is that time. It's quite early as well. It's May, right?
Yes.
So that means the rest of the year I'm going to be wrong. Then again, with my wife, I'm always wrong, right? So coming through. Someone's had issues. Someone's had big issues through there, by the way. So who was that? It must be a back marker because the front two are still pretty closely, close together. So they're all good. So Hansen's definitely got to have a meatball. So the fact that his meatball is still there means that he'd already had one earlier, I think, because there's a fast repair in this race, right?
Yeah, he probably used it. He's just going to hang in there. They're hanging out for the prizes.
Fox is into the pits then, so they came in a bit earlier on. They're not going to be able to get to the end, so some people will have to do a two-stopper. Yep. It's just whether Wilford has managed to save enough fuel sitting behind Cologne, because he pit earlier. Oh, sorry, not pit earlier. He had a shorter pit stop, so he did not put as much fuel into the car, just to close the gap of about 2 seconds. As we now come down towards the second to last corner before we head back onto the over. It's the International Horseshoe. And the Ferrari there gets out of the way. I think Cologne would have expected it to be a little bit nicer there, but it doesn't matter. It's done and dusted. Back onto the oval they go. So tyres are going to start to hurt now as well. That's going to be a big factor, especially getting onto the oval. But getting that power down, the rear will just love to sneak away from you. 0.2 of a second then between the two of them as we head down towards the chicane. Cologne again, I think we'll try and make a tactical mistake at some point. Again, Daytona is one of those circuits is so unique in regards to how the race finishes, because you just don't want to be in the lead. And most other race circuits in the world, being in the lead in the final lap is just absolutely where you want to be. But just not around Daytona.
Well, let's see if Miguel takes the vengeance back from our league last championship, because this is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
here goes Wilford.
So does Cologne dangle a carrot here and just hang the car out wide, leave that door open into turn number 1, almost panic Wilford into making the move. I tell you what, he's just broken really early there.
Wow.
And Wilford said thank you very much. So he's got,
oh my goodness,
he's got different ideas here, and I'm just wondering whether he's gone, do you know what, I'm going for this, and I'm going to make this happen. So you can obviously wait, be in P2, but you ultimately have to make the overtake. Or you could take charge. It's probably percentage-wise the worst option, but you are in control of that situation. So he's gone for it. He's gone into the lead. Cologne, again, tactically, I would say, broke a little bit earlier there into 1, and that's given the opportunity now for Wilford to go and lead. So fascinating stuff. The game of cat and mouse is about to come to its climax. We've got 1.5 laps to go. And who's going to win themselves? Well, I'll let you explain the prizing. Who's going to win themselves a VPG wheel?
Well, Wilford's trying to add to his VPG collection. So it's his mind is we talk a lot. He's also, his parents are starting a powder coat business, which is pretty awesome. So we're talking through that, getting some chassis powder coated. But great, his mind, he is so detailed, and he practices. He does not like change, and I keep trying to get him, like, you got to remember, it's, weather. I don't know what the weather's going to be.
Oh, I tell you what, that's close to a slowdown here. He's actually got away with it. There's no yellow flag there next to his name, but Cologne was super close there to a slowdown. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to figure out how close do I need to be to get this done. So we'll be very surprised if he doesn't actually try and go side by side here, just to try and figure out whether he would be able to do enough. Because they then come up towards the line, and I guess, there you go, he's trying to figure it out, and it wouldn't have worked. It would not have worked here. Is he going to try and get into the lead, though? Onto the final lap. They are beating and the banging once again. Wilford's going to hold that inside line. It is tight as a tiger through here, and it is still the lead for Wilford. So Cologne now knows he's got to be closer. He's got to be closer on the exit of that chicane, otherwise he will not get to the lead of this race. And maybe, just maybe, Wilford's run to the lead is absolutely genius.
Yeah, the first time Miguel Cologne, he's joined probably 2 leagues ago, and I could tell that guy was an amazing driver. He's so quiet, and he's always up at the pack.
Wilford wants this. Wilford wants the lead. He's defending. He's defending every inside line here. If he wanted to be in second position, he would have given it up by now. And this is going to be fascinating. But they've also got a back marker in front of them here, which could make things very, very interesting. Or does Cologne go for broke here, make the move in towards the chicane, and then there's just no coming back from that? So this is going to go down to the wire. There is 15 seconds between them and third, so it's pretty much done and dusted for these two to be P1 and P2. And Cologne does try and step out, goes around the outside. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them, and are they going to go through here side by side? Not quite. Wilford is going to just fend him off ever so slightly, but it comes down to this then. It is the long run down towards the start-finish line, and who's going to win? Is it going to be Wilford? Is it going to be Cologne? I tell you what, Cologne is quite far back this time round. It's 0.3 of a second, but it is closing, but will it close enough? As more people are into the pits, they've run out of fuel by the looks of things, and I tell you what, the back marker may have helped Wilford out. Wilford made the decision to go to the lead with 2 to go, and he will cross the line, and he will win the race. Congratulations to Wilford. Cologne just did not have enough to fight at the end there.
Oh my goodness.
And what a fascinating finish to that race. Congratulations to both of them. Tilford will finish in 3rd position, and it looks like Krohn's run out of fuel as well. And now we're going to see some donuts. What a race.
That was an amazing race, and Joshua Wilford holds his title again in the Podium 1 League. It proves to show you that homework in a sim, it works, because this guy has put so much time in. Amazing. Look at that sunset. The most beautiful sunset in sim racing.
Oh, dude, sunset. Oh, brilliant stuff there. What a finish, Wilford there.
That was awesome.
Got into the lead. I was thinking, you know, he had to save fuel, because he had to underfuel to get even anywhere near Cologne in the lead, because there was about a 2-second gap as they came into the pits. Sat behind him until there was 2 laps to go. I think Cologne let him go as well. I think he was thinking, do you know what? I want to be in second position. And Wilford went, do you know what? I'm going to control this. I'm going to control my own destiny. Yeah, it's probably not the favorable position to have been in, but it's in my hands.
Wow.
And duly delivered. Well done.
Yes. And then we're going to do the raffles.
Yes. We'll do the official classification, and then we'll get onto the raffles.
That is awesome.
I'm going to let you do the raffles, by the way, okay? So when it pops up on the screen, I'll let you call the name out. I'll let you tell them what they've won.
Okay,
all right?
perfect.
That's your job. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see one more shot of a sunset for you.
All right, that would be awesome.
Excellent stuff.
It's funny. I grew up in Florida, and then I got to live in Hawaii for 3 years. And I thought the sunsets were beautiful in Florida. And then I moved to Hawaii, and my uncle that lives in Florida, he's like, can you stop taking pictures of sunsets? Just joking. He's like, you always, and I'm like, it's the most beautiful thing on earth to me. I love sunsets.
Do you know, I'm a fan of sunrises.
Sunrises, I don't get up that early.
there's nothing better than being in, and it is 500 day today, right? There's nothing better than being in Indianapolis and the sun rising as you hear the cannon go off. That's
amazing.
That is it for me. And Steve here to my left, he's been there, he's heard it, he was there last year, he had a great time.
There we go.
Yeah, look at that. Oh.
Now, I am also a musician, singer. I have been at Sunrise at the Daytona 500 playing music right when it was coming up. It was beautiful.
Yeah, your love affair with sunrises is very, very apparent, by the way.
I've also experienced a sunrise on top of a volcano in Hawaii.
That's a pretty good one.
Pretty amazing.
That's a pretty good one.
It's pretty good. So yes, I've experienced a lot of sunrises and sunsets.
To be fair, it's the sunrises every day for 39 years. So I've seen a few.
Yes, just a few. So I guess I just love how the sim replicates that. It's very awesome. Congrats to Josh Wilford. Look at Dave Tilford at P3. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Here are the official results then. So Josh Wilford finished in P1 from South Africa as well. Miguel Colon finishes in second spot. Fantastic racing from both of them. Real respectful racing as well, and they were just on top level. Tilford finishes in third spot. We've got P.S. Fox in fourth, Ian Harris in fifth, Cesar Colon in sixth position. We've then got Jonathan Hartman in seventh, Sean O'Brien in eighth, ninth then for Artis Veldre, and then we've got Javi Sierra rounding out your top 10. Right, it's time for some raffle prize drawing.
Yes.
So let's get the wheel up on the screen. And what is the prize we're going to draw for now?
This prize is 50% off the new Mission wheel that VPG just came out with. It's a Formula style wheel, the screen. Got lucky to work with VPG side by side doing prototypes, and they launched it here at the SimRacing Expo. So they'll get 50% off that for this one.
Excellent stuff then. Well, to my glamorous assistant that you can't see, Tom, spin the wheel.
No whammies, no whammies.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, this is awesome. Sean,
It's a
Sean
it's
Phillips. Yes.
Sean Phillips 5.
That
is
is
the
awesome.
most iRacing name possible. I love a number at the end of a name. Congratulations
Congrats
to
to
Sean.
Sean.
And again, what has he won?
He was won a 50% off of a VPG wheel, Mission wheel.
50% off a VPG wheel. Congratulations to Sean Phillips V.
I got his information. He's in our league, so that's awesome to see. So the next one's the big one. This is the Sawbelt full chassis and seat.
This is the big one. Okay. Are we ready for this one, CJ?
Yeah,
Are we good?
I'm ready for this one. This is
Tom,
awesome.
spin the wheel. Oh, he kept us waiting. Oh.
Brandon Anderson.
Brandon
Congrats.
Anderson.
Congrats to Brandon. He gets the Sawbelt chassis with seat.
Wow,
This
he just
is
won
awesome.
the big prize.
Yes, he got the big prize. And that's what I love about our leagues is you don't have to win to win. But so it makes it competitive. Great grid today, man. That was awesome racing. Very clean. Thank you for everything you've done for us. I love being part of it. We loved being center stage, Podium 1, right? It was awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on stage
Thank
here
you.
and helping out. You can stay there. It's all good.
Oh.
You can stay there. We've got one more race to come for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the RaceRoom Super Tourers. So, yeah, a flashback to the 90s around the Hockenheim ring in some of my favorite cars of all time. So I'll see you in about half an hour.
Digital chaos, speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. Build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. What an amazing event this weekend has been. The first time we have come over to America, and boy, you came in your droves, you came with your passion, and you came with your smiles. An amazing event. Unfortunately, due to some technical issues, we will not be able to broadcast the final race of today. But I do have some good news for the people of Charlotte, because we will be back next year between the 21st and the 23rd of May. I'm sure there's a graphic somewhere that we poked up on the screen. There we go. So thank you, Charlotte, but we will be back if you will have us. I've got some thank yous to say also to Encore with the production of this amazing show. I think you'll agree the production value of the stage content has been the best we have ever had. To Acertech Racing, to City of Charlotte, to Charlotte Motor Speedway, eNASCAR, the NASCAR Hall of Fame, the Charlotte Convention Center, Ready Set Sim, and AK Esports. And of course, D-Box. Thank you to all of our exhibitors who believed in our vision for the first year in America. Thank you to all of our golden ticket goodie givers. Some of the prizes were absolutely amazing and made that just an amazing experience for everybody involved. Some of the feedback we've had from our buyers for that ticket has just been so overwhelming. Finally, thank you to anyone who bought a ticket or watched. Without you, there is no SimRacing Expo. With that being said, we have been the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box. We'll see you in Frankfurt.